Chapter 3152. How could Luo Xingtian not see it? He hurriedly smiled and said, Senior Xianqing, we have already won the battle in the demon-resisting valley. The space meridian between the demon realm and the human realm has gradually closed under the power of the realm. Only the demon venerables of the demon realm have the power to resist such power, right? With their demon venerables' bodies, they can't pass through the space meridian between the two realms. The curtain of the war is about to fall irrevocably. Senior, what are you worried about? Sigh, Xingtian. Daoist Master Xianqing looked around and seemed to be a little worried. He said through voice transmission, you have been in the 3 countries for less than 1,000 years. You didn't make it in time for the last battle in the demon-resisting valley, so you don't know. Last time, the 3 countries relied on the defense of the capital star formation to block the invasion of the demon realm. In the battle, 3 out of 60 people died. Among them, there were 2 void refinement realm cultivators, 17 spirit severing realm cultivators, and 44 nascent soul realm cultivators. Those below the nascent soul realm. Let's not talk about them. Yes, about this. Luo Xingtian hesitated and said through voice transmission, I have also heard that the capital star formation is a defensive formation. It is not as good as the Pleiades demon-devouring immortal formation that I brought. But since the Pleiades demon-devouring immortal formation is an offensive formation, sacrifices are inevitable. Oh, Deputy Leader Luo, you are wrong. Daoist Master Xianqing shook his head and said, I am not talking about the problem of the offensive formation. The best defense is offense. I know this. And to be honest, if we still use the capital star formation this time, I am afraid that there will be more casualties. Hiss. Luo Xingtian took a breath of cold air and said anxiously, Senior, you mean, the space meridian here is getting more and more stable? It can become a space passage. The strength of the demons attacking this time has increased greatly? That's right. Daoist Master Xianqing nodded. This is the problem that I found in the last 3 great battles. With that said, Daoist Master Xianqing pointed at the big formation below him and explained, there are 365 top cultivators of the 3 countries and the Huan country in this Pleiades demon-devouring immortal formation. They are all nascent soul realm cultivators, spirit severing realm cultivators, and void refinement realm cultivators. But now, 121 of them have died. It is twice as many as the last time. This can't help but alert me. If this continues to develop, after 1,000 years, won't these 300 cultivators be killed? Even if he could withstand it after 1,000 years, what about after 2,000 years? Do we still have enough cultivators to set up this array in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation? I really don't know. Senior, you're right. Luo Xingtian's expression changed as well. 1,000 years will pass in the blink of an eye. We have to plan ahead. Unfortunately, it is very difficult to travel from the Immortal Alliance to the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. Our Immortal Alliance has countless means, but none of them can pass through the innate restrictive formation of the Million Mountains. Even if we do pass through, more than half of them will die when we reach the world of soul cultivators. Less than 1 in 100 can follow me to the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. Alas, the method to build the transmission array in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation has been lost, let alone such a long transmission distance. Immortal Xianqing shook his head slightly and said, this is not realistic. When Luo Xingtian heard this, he smiled faintly and said, it's fine even if you don't have a teleportation array. Since Senior already knows about the changes in the space meridian, we should prepare as soon as possible. In fact, in Junior's opinion, the Imperial Demon Valley of the 3 kingdoms of cultivation is a solid barrier. Moreover, there are many restrictions in the space meridian. Ordinary demons, demon soldiers, and demon beasts can't enter. Those who exceed the strength of a demon commander can't enter either. Only demon generals, special demon soldiers, and demon commanders can pass through the space meridian. This is really beneficial for our human race. Senior, I'm afraid you don't know what kind of disaster it will be if hundreds of millions of demon beasts or demon soldiers rush into the Imperial Demon Valley, right? Hee hee, although I haven't seen it, how can I not know after hearing what Deputy Leader Luo said? If that happens, the Qi Refinement and Foundation Establishment disciples of the Three Kingdoms of Cultivation will rush in. We don't have to rely on the cultivators above the nascent soul stage to resist. Yes, after today, Lord Alliance Leader has to think carefully about how to mobilize these low-level disciples. Luo Xingtian didn't hide it and transmitted his voice. Although the great war of immortals and demons in the Imperial Demon Valley is very important, the leaders of the various sects didn't participate, and the low-level disciples of the various sects didn't participate. Even many cultivators don't particularly understand the great war of immortals and demons. Except for the dozens of days of the great war of immortals and demons, the various sects didn't mention this matter. This is not good for the future war situation. Indeed. Daoist Master Xianqing nodded. With the experience of defeating the Immortal Alliance, the Three Kingdoms of Cultivation will definitely. Not good. Just as Daoist Master Xianqing was speaking, the black-red fog suddenly froze, and the obscure sound also stopped. Then, a red brilliance flashed out of the fog. Woo-woo. Ka. A spear-shaped demonic weapon that was over 10 feet long suddenly shot out, emitting a terrifying whistling sound. Moreover, the demonic spear was so sharp and so fast that it pierced through the air, causing the already unstable space to collapse inch by inch. The person closest to the demonic spear was a young female cultivator. That female cultivator obviously discovered it later than Daoist Master Xianqing. When the demonic spear had rushed into the distance of 10 feet, she hurriedly rubbed her hands together, and a magic weapon like a jade hairpin rushed out. A blue wave emerged from the female cultivator's body, and the fine lines like scales protected the space of 10 feet around the female cultivator. However, before the demonic spear could hit this layer of protection, the collapsed space fluctuations had already rushed close. With a crisp ka sound, the scale-like ripples produced even finer cracks. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and the jade hairpin was immediately broken under the impact of the demonic spear. The female cultivator's face changed greatly, and her figure flashed, wanting to teleport out. However, the space around her was shrouded by the demonic spear, so how could she teleport? Swoosh swoosh. A sharp sound rang out, and the female cultivator's protective magic weapon was broken. The flesh on her left arm instantly disappeared, and the demonic spear whistled past her. Alas, one force breaks 10,000 techniques. Daoist Master Xianqing's heart relaxed when he saw that the female cultivator only had her left arm broken. He sighed and said, Changbai Sect's Fairy Li Yu has escaped a disaster. Fairy Li Yu has already reached the early stage of void refinement, Luo Xingtian next to him said with a smile, but the one who threw the demonic spear should have the cultivation of a devil monarch. This guy can't pass through the space meridian, so I'm afraid he will use the demonic spear to vent his anger. This is probably the last blow before the space meridian closes. Yes, it should be so. Daoist Master Xianqing looked again. At this time, the entire great array was flashing with golden brilliance. Layers of protection appeared in front of the demonic spear out of thin air. Although these layers of protection were easily broken, they seemed to be continuous and slowly blocked the demonic spear in midair. Clang! 2 sword sounds rang out, and a huge red sword that was also 10 feet long appeared in midair. With a boom, it slashed the demonic spear. Waves of qi surged from the demonic spear, shaking the brilliance of the great golden array. In the middle of the demonic spear, traces of black qi flickered, and thousands of fine cracks appeared in the space. The demonic spear was actually cut into 3 pieces by the huge sword. Good, Luo Xingtian clapped his hands and said, Void Heaven Sword School's Jianghu Spirit Sword is becoming more and more fierce. Such a good demonic spear, it's a waste. A void refinement cultivator next to him looked at the huge sword that had transformed into a human and waved his hand. The demonic spear that had been cut into 3 pieces fell into his hand, and he said coldly. Hee, Daoist brother Ji Feng. Luo Xingtian laughed and said, You are now the deputy union leader of the Immortal Alliance, not Ji Feng Zi of the Magnificent Spirit Sect. The difference between Dao and sword can't be revealed casually. Deputy Union Leader, I won't decline your guidance. Ji Fengzi said faintly and then bowed. Lord Union Leader, this junior will take this subordinate to look around. Now that the demonic path in the Imperial Devil Valley is about to be closed, there might be a lot of fish that escaped the net hiding in the Imperial Devil Valley. Go. Daoist Master Xianqing waved his hand with a smile. This matter is more important. If the demons sneak into the 3 countries of cultivation, wouldn't our Imperial Devil Valley have fought in vain? Ji Fengzi left, and Luo Xingtian accompanied Daoist Master Xianqing to look at the demonic qi inside the Pleiades devil-devouring immortal formation that was getting smaller and smaller. It seemed that the war had already ended, but to their surprise, the real story had just begun. Somewhere in the Imperial Devil Valley, a Daoist with white hair and a youthful face was wearing a Daoist robe. He was holding a Rui scepter in his hand and was standing quietly in midair. There was a faint light in his eyes as he looked at the black and red fog around him. The fog was already a little messy, and it was obvious that there had been a fight just now. Although the Taoist master wanted to stand upright in the air, he couldn't help but stoop a little. His white hair was a little messy, and his face, which was supposed to be as rosy as a baby's, was no longer clean. Instead, it looked a little flushed. The expression in the Daoist's eyes was a little inconsistent with his quiet figure. There were traces of anger, indignation, and even more fear. If one looked closely, although this Daoist was standing calmly in the air, his body was trembling uncontrollably. However, it was also covered by his wide Daoist robe, so it was not obvious. However, his hand that was holding the Rui scepter tightly and the veins on his forehead were gradually showing, and his emotions were exposed. The Daoist's eyes turned sharply, and his divine sense swept out like a waterfall. Then, he raised his snow-white eyebrows, raised the Rui scepter, and said coldly, "Come out, this poor Daoist has already seen you." However, after this Daoist said a few words, the black and red fog was silent, and there was no movement at all. The Daoist did not say anything more. He waved the Rui scepter, and instantly, all the qi of heaven and earth around the Rui scepter gathered, and the qi of heaven and earth within a few hundred feet was sucked dry. A shadow that was a few times bigger than the Rui scepter gradually formed in the air. When the shadow solidified, the Daoist waved gently, and the shadow flew out silently. The Daoist even said, "The people of the mortal realm have always done things openly. Since you did not come out, don't blame me for being impolite." Chapter 3153. Just as the Daoist finished his sentence, the Rui scepter's phantom plunged into the black-red fog. A huge hole appeared in the fog due to the Rui scepter's phantom. Following that, an earth-shaking rumble sounded from the fog, sweeping away the black-red fog. At the end of the fog was an extremely burly man leaning against a mountain rock. He was 20 feet tall and emitted a pitch-black fog. The fog wrapped around the burly man, and in the black fog, some scarlet flames were emitted from the burly man's body. They entangled with the black fog, forming an armor similar to the black-red fog. The burly man looked similar to a human, but if one looked carefully, the edges of the burly man's body were formed from slightly retracting black fog. It isolated his true body from the heaven and earth spiritual energies of Demon Resistance Valley. There was also the burly man's face that was as black as charcoal. His scarlet eyes were filled with bloodlust. All of this meant that the burly man was not the person from the human world that the Daoist had mentioned in the sky. Ha ha ha. Cough cough. The burly man laughed loudly. Before he could finish laughing, he coughed and held his chest with his hand. He panted rapidly, as though he had suffered serious internal injuries. As he panted, sparks mixed with wisps of black fog rushed out of his mouth and nose. Upon closer inspection, the burly man's armor had indeed cracked in many places. However, it was obscured by the thick black fog. And at his waist, there was a hole the size of a skull. Black blood was flowing out, and there were also sparks in the black blood. Ha ha ha. People from the human world are only so. Daoist you. Who are you? Why did you only chase after me? The burly man didn't seem to be hurt by the Rui scepter's shadow. He jumped out of the black and red fog shakily and flew in the air with his body tilted. He said with a grin, but his words were very unfamiliar. He almost spat out each word awkwardly. The rules of my human world state that we have to report our names in front of 2 armies. How can we be like your fiend world, fighting as soon as we arrive? If you hadn't ambushed I and injured I, how could I have chased after you alone? The Daoist priest seemed to be a little impatient. After saying that, he waved the Rui scepter and shouted, "Both sides are grim fiends. It doesn't matter who I kill. Why bother asking for the reason? I am Reverend Sun Lu of the Changbai sect. Which devil of the devil realm are you?" As the Rui scepter moved, it stirred up countless amounts of heaven and earth origin energy in the air. An inexplicable trajectory appeared in the Daoist's hand as he waved the Rui scepter. The trajectory streaked across the space, tearing it apart. A half-acre Rui scepter phantom appeared once again, but this time, it was even more powerful. It actually stirred up even more heaven and earth origin energy. It was like a kind of spirit tide, surging and surging towards the people of the demon world. Hee, just in time. This venerable is the fiend world's fiend General Chi Ku. It's precisely because I want to experience the methods of your mortal world's experts. As the burly man spoke, the black aura around him surged. His entire body seemed to expand, gradually growing to about 10 feet. Hee. A strange sound came from Chi Ku's mouth. His devil chi stretched out like tentacles, and he waved his hand with difficulty. A pitch-black devil blade flashed in his hand. With a light wave, the blade trembled slightly, and countless tiny spatial cracks appeared. There was also another strange mark on the tip of the devil blade. This Chi Ku actually wanted to use a devil blade to fight against a half-acre spirit tide. Hiss. Reverend Sun Lu sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes flashed with a fanatical light, and the flush on his face became even more intense. However, just as the Rui scepter in his hand was about to burst forth with brilliance, he frowned slightly. His body suddenly became illusory. From behind him, a sharp black light flashed, and a crack appeared in the space where he was standing just now. This long crack flashed with a black and white brilliance. It was several feet long, and the brilliance of this crack rapidly closed, gradually disappearing. When Reverend Sun Li's figure flashed again about 10 feet in front of him, a strange hoarse voice sounded, "Hee, you really are a famous expert in the human world. Just now, there was a fool who called herself Nishan who died under my eroding ruler. You actually managed to dodge it?" Daoist Master Sun Lu looked over angrily. Behind where he had been standing, there was another slender figure. The figure's face was blurry, and he couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. The figure was holding something similar to a tree branch in its hand, and it was saying strange things with a smug look on its face. Although that person's tone was not small, looking at his red close-fitting armor, which was also tattered, and traces of dark red devil chi were constantly seeping out. Presumably, his injuries were not light. Something's not right. This neither male nor female demon glanced at his own devil weapon. Suddenly, he pointed at Reverend Sun Lu in disbelief and shouted, You were clearly injured by me just now. How could you dodge it? How can your body be tougher than my devil realm's devil generals?" When Chi Ku looked at Reverend Sun Lu again, sure enough, Reverend Sun Li's hand was slightly covering a certain part of his Taoist robe. His body was also slightly trembling, as if he was really injured. "Kill!" Chi Ku bellowed. Hundreds of strands of devil chi rushed out of his body, sealing off the area to the left of Daoist Master Sun Lu. That devil cultivator shook his shoulder, and red devil fire soared into the sky, transforming into a devil body. Under the branch-like devil weapon, the area to the right of Daoist Master Sun Lu was filled with ferocious flames. Ha, even if you all come, what can you do?" Reverend Sun Lu raised his head and laughed. Thousands of rays of light rushed out of his body. These rays of light were as small as silk, and they bloomed like bees. These rays of light intertwined together, like pythons winding around Reverend Sun Li's body. At this time, Reverend Sun Li's body also expanded, and a Dharma body of 10 feet in size gradually emerged. Roar. Like a dragon's roar, the rays of light around Reverend Sun Li's body turned into the shape of a dragon, and twisted towards the jade scepter in his hand. But at this time, a strange change occurred. Reverend Sun Li's body suddenly trembled, and the surging dragon let out a miserable roar, and quickly withdrew into Reverend Sun Li's body. You. Reverend Sun Li's face changed dramatically, and his fingers trembled, as if he wanted to take something. However, just as his finger moved, before he could touch the storage bag at his waist, his expression suddenly changed drastically. His body, which was dozens of feet tall, flashed rapidly. Clearly, he wanted to turn into a void and fly away. At this moment, a pitch-black spearhead, which was emitting black chi, flashed out from the void behind his back and pierced into his heart with lightning speed. Bang! Reverend Sun Li's body flashed with brilliance. Obviously, his protective chi was unable to block the spearhead. His body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the dragon-shaped brilliance disappeared. Not only that, but the green brilliance on Reverend Sun Li's Daoist robe also flourished, and blocked the spearhead. But, the black chi on the spearhead was incomparably agile, like a spirit snake, and when it opened its mouth, it devoured the green brilliance completely. Therefore, the spearhead pierced deeply into Reverend Sun Li's back, as if it was piercing tofu. It pierced through Reverend Sun Li, and a small part of the spearhead came out from his chest. Reverend Sun Li staggered, and without turning his head, a huge shadow appeared on his jade scepter, and with a whoosh, it brushed behind him, kakaka. An owl-like laughter sounded, and the spearhead on Reverend Sun Li's chest disappeared at the same time. A demon general, holding a long spear as thick as a bowl, appeared behind Reverend Sun Li. This demon general's face was black, and his flesh was blurred. It was impossible to see his true face. Facing the shadow of Reverend Sun Li's Rui, this demon general's face was full of astonishment. His figure retreated slightly, and his mouth spoke half-cooked words like "Chi Ku, the people of the human world are indeed our food. What I saw before was a weak body, and it was tasteless for me to chew. This guy's body is somewhat interesting. Even after being stabbed by me, he still has such strength. I'm afraid that his muscles are strong, and his chewing is tasty." Reverend Sun Li's Rui. Sure enough, it was only halfway through, and the brilliance suddenly dimmed, and the huge shadow gradually shrank back into the scepter. At this moment, Reverend Sun Li did not bother to say anything. He gritted his teeth, and narrowed his eyes at the three demons who surrounded him in a triangle, and the light of revenge faintly appeared in his eyes. Reverend Sun Li. How is it? You've killed many disciples of my demon world, and now you know the taste of being killed. I remember that there's a saying in the human world, those who kill will be killed by others. Is it like this? Chi Ku coldly said, holding the demon saber in his hand. You invaded my human world, killed my people, and ate my people. Killing you will be accumulating merit. Reverend Sun Li's voice was getting weaker, but his spirit was rising. Chi Ku, why are you being so long-winded with him? Capture his nascent soul, and we'll share his blood essence. The time for the demon gate to close is coming. The last man to appear raised his spear and said impatiently. Good. Chi Ku smiled, and a long, blood-red tongue came out of his mouth, and licked the side of his mouth. With a whoosh, the thin and tall blood shadow, whose face could not be seen clearly, swung his hand, and a fishnet-like net, shining with blood-red brilliance and suffused with black gas, covered Reverend Sun Li's head. Reverend Sun Li's body gradually withered, and a five-colored brilliance appeared above his head. An infant's nascent soul, whose face was exactly the same as Reverend Sun Li's, appeared above Reverend Sun Li's head. Reverend Sun Li's nascent soul was wearing an extremely exquisite armor, and there was also a small scepter in his hand. Seeing the nascent soul leave his body, Chi Ku and the others unconsciously drooled. Go, the thin and tall blood shadow pointed his finger, and the black net fell towards the nascent soul. Reverend Sun Li's nascent soul did not seem to panic, nor did it prepare to teleport away as the three demon generals thought. They only heard the nascent soul's sneer, revealing endless ridicule. Chapter 3154. Seeing Daoist Master Sun Li's nascent soul suddenly grow, it was as if someone had blown a lot of air into his stomach. This is bad, this guy, how can he self-destruct his nascent soul? Qi Ku was shocked. There were too few self-destructing nascent souls. Who wouldn't want to escape if they could teleport? Qi Ku cursed and turned to leave. The large man holding the spear also spat and cursed. Bad luck, I didn't say I was going to capture your soul essence. If you explode your nascent soul, even your soul essence won't be able to escape, so how can you talk about reincarnation? You're harming others without benefiting yourself. As he spoke, he also wanted to leave. But just as the two were about to turn around, a faint golden light flashed from Daoist Master Sun Li's nascent soul. The two unconsciously glanced. A dragon-shaped thing was held in Daoist Master Sun Li's left hand. Long Yu. Both of them were shocked, and the same thought came to their minds. How can this thing fall into the hands of a human cultivator? That's right. The demon general, who was neither male nor female, yelled, "It's the dragon jade." If it wasn't for the dragon jade's dragon body, how would he have been able to block my attack? Quick, this thing is a gift from the heavens, it's our chance. Hearing this, how could Qi Ku and the others shrink back? Although the self-destruction of nascent souls was a bit troublesome, it was impossible to take their lives. Qi Ku shouted, "Daoist Yuna, I'll let you see my means." As he spoke, Qi Ku's entire body instantly became thinner. A pitch-black flame emerged from his hand, and his body suddenly turned into a cloud of mist. Faster than the wind, he slapped down on Daoist Master Sun Li's nascent soul. The man with the long spear didn't hesitate. He put away the spear in his hand and punched himself in the chest. The bloody face completely rushed out, as if spitting out a mouthful of blood, also sprinkled towards Daoist Master Sun Li's nascent soul. Since Qi He and Sun Lu could see it, the blood shadow, who was neither male nor female, could see it even more clearly. He was even closer. Although he was extremely regretful of his slip of the tongue, he waved his hand, and the black flames turned into a black net about 10 feet wide. He wanted to imprison Daoist Master Sun Li's nascent soul before it exploded. Poof! He spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the Rui scepter in Daoist Sun Li's nascent soul's hand. With a loud bang, the Rui scepter shattered into powder. The yuan qi that burst out from the powder was like a fuse, igniting Daoist Sun Li's nascent soul. Io, it's too late. Without waiting for Qi Ku and the other two to think, Daoist Master Sun Li's yuanying flashed a few times before exploding with a bang. This was the self-destruction of a yuanying. In an instant, it set off a boundless hurricane within the valley. The already unstable space, at this moment, walala. The window paper that was already riddled with holes was blown apart by the hurricane. Several huge holes were formed in the air nearby. If it was an ordinary yuanying self-destruction, the power might not be so great. However, Daoist Master Sun Lu was not an ordinary yuanying cultivator. He had the dragon jade in his hand. Not only was his body tougher than a demon general's, the amount of heaven and earth spirit qi his nascent soul could hold was several times that of an ordinary person. In particular, this nascent soul was as tough as the body. When it exploded, the power was more than 10 times that of an ordinary yuanying. In addition, the 3 demon generals had set up a restriction around 10 feet around them. In this small space, the power of Daoist Master Sun Li's nascent soul's self-destruction was too powerful. On the ground behind Daoist Master Sun Li's nascent soul, a hole suddenly appeared and gradually tore open. Just as the hole appeared, a golden light flashed, and the dragon jade in Daoist Master Sun Li's hand shot into the gradually expanding oval-shaped hole without anyone noticing. Under the effect of the power of space, the hole gradually shrank, and when it was only about 10 feet away, a naked, skinny man flew out from the hole and floated straight into the distance, then slowly fell down. Qi He and the other two from the demon realm were greedy and wanted to take the initiative, but if they knew the common sense of the human realm, they would know that they had tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Just as they saw that the situation was hopeless, they turned around and tried to hide in the void, but the strong energy storm and the swift and violent self-destruction had already caught up with them. They were already seriously injured and were at the end of their rope. The power of Daoist Master Sun Li's self-destruction was more than 10 times that of an ordinary Yuanying. The moment they came into contact with this power, their armor collapsed, revealing their bodies. Just as they tried to resist, it was as if they were hit by an infinite hammer. They only lasted for a moment before they turned into a pool of flesh and blood. When the 3 bodies collapsed, a faint blood shadow flashed out and tried to escape again, but the hole that just formed mercilessly sucked 2 of the blood shadows in. 2 screams came out from the hole, and in the blink of an eye, there was no more sound. The last blood shadow looked at the hole not far away in panic, and quickly flew into the depths of the valley. Just as the blood shadow flew away, the hole that Daoist Master Sun Li had torn open on the ground slowly closed and disappeared. However, Daoist Master Sun Li's self-destruction was really powerful. In the void, after the hole closed, countless space bubbles expanded and expanded like bubbles. In just a few breaths, puff puff puff. Several deep piercing sounds could be heard, and several space cracks were pierced through, and rays of light rushed into the void, whoosh whoosh whoosh. From 3 consecutive holes, a small marten rushed out and fell into the mountains. A small black dog appeared in the sky tens of thousands of miles away and also fell down. As for another hole, between 3 towering mountains, a sword embryo fell like a meteor. At the same time, far away in the sky, there was another hole that had been blasted open. Suddenly, a red light flashed, and a small 4-tailed fox jumped out from the hole. The small fox looked around in surprise, as if it was lost. Just as the fox was about to turn around and jump into the hole again, an incomparably majestic aura came from the hole. The fox's eyes seemed to be filled with panic, and it didn't dare to jump into the hole again. It looked up and directly flew into the hole that had been created by the self-destruction of the spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. The majestic aura quickly arrived at the edge of the hole. At this time, the hole had already shrunk to about a foot. A golden light swept out from the hole, and then with a sigh, a small silver-white wolf jumped out from the hole. It sniffed the air with its nose and directly flew into the hole. However, when the silver wolf flew out, the hole was extremely far away from the fox's previous location. Before the hole closed, another hole appeared beside it. Just as this hole appeared, a ray of light came from the other side of the hole, and a beautiful voice came from there. Quick, there's a passage here. Hello, is there anyone home? Then a childish voice came, and then a delicate little girl stuck her head out of the hole. After looking, she immediately shrank back. Goddess, this place is very strange. Oh? It seems like it's the human world. The little girl shrank back, and another woman flashing with 5-colored light appeared in front of the hole. The woman looked and shouted in ecstasy. Human world? What human world? The little girl called clearly didn't understand. Quick, let's go. The woman called Empress waved her hand, and the same 5-colored radiance enveloped the little girl. The 2 of them rushed into the crack and landed in midair. Let's hurry over while the crack in space hasn't closed yet. Thank you, the merciful Holy Mother. You're really merciful. When I find it, I'll thank you again. A multicolored brilliance flashed across the sky, and the woman disappeared. The crack that had already closed suddenly swelled again for some unknown reason. However, it was only the last time that it swelled, and its position moved a few miles away. At the same time, a human figure in a black cloak flashed out of the space. This human figure only appeared on a corner of the cloak when the crack was squeezed together. This human figure didn't stop at all, and squeezed through with all his might. Who? With a soft sound, the crack disappeared. After the last black figure walked out of the crack, the holes in the void finally regained their calmness, gradually closing up one by one. After half a cup of tea's time, just as the last hole was about to close up, a faint shadow flashing with white holy light, once again crawled out of the hole. Similarly, it was extremely surprised as it looked left and right. 2 winged figures appeared on its back, charging out of the hole diagonally. Just like the previous few groups of unfamiliar guests, it flew out of the hole that was about to close up, not long after, the yuan qi of heaven and earth at the place where the nascent soul exploded became more and more chaotic, and the space became more and more unstable. Spatial cracks appeared one after another, but the original whole, along with Daoist Sun Lu, Qi He, and the others, had disappeared without a trace. No one knew that so many things had happened in the void in the time it took to finish a cup of tea's worth of tea's time. So many variables had come to this place. How many stories were there behind all these variables? After another incense's time, a dozen rays of light flew over from the distance. When they reached the sky, they stopped, revealing the true faces of these people. Most of them were like Daoist Sun Lu, disheveled, and many of them had injuries on their bodies. At the front was a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance. He was dressed in a white robe, and although there were some bloodstains, they were smooth. The man scanned with his divine sense and frowned. He looked around and whispered, "This should be where the spiritual energy exploded just now." Judging from this aura, it seems to be Daoist Sun Li's, Sai. Beside him was a middle-aged Daoist who was dressed in the same robe as Daoist Sun Lu. He sighed and said sadly, reporting to the Swift Wind Alliance leader, "This is the aura of my sect's martial nephew Sun Lu." Chapter 3155. Immortal Sun Lu had a profound cultivation and hated evil. He was the backbone of the immortal allies. Now that he is gone, there will be one less person who can destroy evil and promote good in this world. The patrolman was Ji Fengzi. He looked at the messy spiritual qi under his feet and looked up at the void cracks in the sky that could close at any time. He said sadly, "The Utopia faction sacrificed a lot to defend against the invasion of the demonic realm. Apprentice nephew Huaishu, the people of the immortal allies have witnessed your sect's performance. When the war is over, the immortal allies will reward you handsomely." Immortal Huaishu cupped his hands in front of his chest and said sadly, "Defending against the invasion of the demonic realm is the most important task of the immortal allies. All the other sects and factions are doing their best to defend against the invasion of the demonic realm. Our Utopia faction is just one of them. I don't dare to accept such a reward from the alliance leader." "Heh, my fellow cultivator Huanshu, you don't have to be so modest." Another old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion flew to them and said with a smile, "Judging from the aura, besides the aura of martial nephew Sun Lu, there are also 3 auras of people from the devil realm. Martial nephew Sun Lu killed 3 people from the devil realm by himself. This power is beyond our reach. Now that martial nephew Sun Lu has fallen, this glory will naturally fall to your Utopia faction. We won't make a fuss about this." Ji Fengzi nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Apprentice nephew Feng from the Celestial Ascension sect is right." Immortal Sun Lu exploded his original soul and even gave up the 6 paths of reincarnation just to kill 3 people from the demonic realm. If the immortal allies don't reward him for his sacrifice, wouldn't they be disappointed? Then, thank you, alliance leader. Immortal Huaishu thought for a moment and nodded slightly. "I will go back and search for Immortal Sun Li's natal spiritual tablet, don't be so anxious. Apprentice nephew Huaishu, you just stay here and see if Immortal Sun Lu has left anything." Ji Fengzi waved his hand and a sword light flashed under his feet. When he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something and gave Immortal Huaishu a few words. Then he said to the people beside him, "Okay, the gate of the demonic realm should be closed now. Let's search again to see if there are any survivors of the demonic realm." "Yes, thank you for your concern, Alliance Master." Daoist Huaishu cupped his hands in thanks. Ji Fengzi waved his hand and said to the 2 people next to him, "Feng Shu, Chan Si Miao, you 2 go back and pass down the order. Ask all the disciples above the gold core stage who haven't entered the demon-resisting valley to go to the demon-resisting valley and search for our fellow cultivators one by one. Oh right, everything you find must be handed over to the Immortal Alliance, and the Immortal Alliance will return the items to the various sections. The Immortal Alliance token will have other rewards." "Yes," Junior obeys. A middle-aged man about 40 years old who looked as handsome as Feng Shu flew over and said with a bow, Feng Shu from the Immortal Ascension sect and Chan Si Miao from the Immortal Music sect received orders from the Deputy Alliance leader Ji Fengzi and returned to the Immortal Alliance's temporary encampment in the middle of the Imperial Devil Valley. Immediately after, he issued an Immortal Alliance order, summoning all the Golden Core stage and above disciples of the various sects to enter the Imperial Demon Valley and conduct a search. It turned out that the guards outside the Imperial Demon Valley were all disciples of various sections. At this time, most of the disciples had entered the Imperial Demon Valley, and only a few disciples with insufficient cultivation were scattered outside the valley. The search had been going on for 10 days. The battle in the Imperial Demon Valley was very tragic. If the people of the Devil Realm were not killed by the cultivators of the human realm, then the cultivators of the human realm were devoured by the people of the Devil Realm. There were no casualties. Instead, they picked up a lot of magic treasures and other things that were lost. What? You found a naked person? Therefore, when a disciple came forward to report that he found a naked cultivator, Feng Shu of the Immortal Ascension sect was extremely surprised and blurted out. But then, Feng Shu realized his gaffe. He looked at Chan Si Miao of the Immortal Music sect, who had a smile at the corner of his mouth, and laughed at himself. Look at me, my head has been so tight these days. I almost forgot myself. Then he looked at the disciple who came forward to report and scolded, what's so strange about being naked? It's just that his clothes were torn in the fight. When he said the word torn, it was unknown what Feng Shu thought of, but he unconsciously revealed a trace of a smile. He was somewhat absent-minded. But the disciple argued, that person is still alive. What? Feng Shu and Chan Si Miao were stunned. They both stood up and said in unison, there are still people alive in the Imperial Demon Valley? Yes, we also don't understand. We searched the valley for more than 10 days, but there were only badly mutilated corpses. We didn't see anyone injured, so we were surprised. And what? Chan Si Miao was also interested and asked curiously. And this person didn't have any injuries. The disciple's face revealed a strange expression. He said, also, we were afraid that he was a senior from some sect, so we went forward to check his injuries, but we found that this person was actually only at the qi refining stage. That's impossible, absolutely impossible. Feng Shu heard this and shook his head. Only nascent soul cultivators can enter the Imperial Demon Valley. This has been the rule of the Immortal Alliance for millions of years. Even if you Golden Core disciples came, you would only be snacks for the people of the Devil Realm. How could you let a qi refining disciple in? Maybe he's a disciple that the Alliance leaders brought? Chan Si Miao frowned. How could the Alliance leaders be so reckless? Feng Shu waved his hand and said, it's useless to say more. Let's wait and see first. As he spoke, he asked the disciple to bring the person in. However, when the disciple turned around, Feng Shu suddenly asked, where did you find this person? Senior Feng, that person is not in the depths of the Imperial Demon Valley. The disciple naturally understood Feng Shu's meaning and answered without hesitation. Then, he thought for a moment and said hesitantly, if you think about the surroundings, it's not far from the place where Reverend Sun Le died. The place where Reverend Sun Le self-destructed? Chan Si Miao was curious. He looked at Feng Shu and said, if that's the case, with the power of Reverend Sun Le's self-destruction, this person doesn't seem to have any reason to survive? At least, it's impossible for him to be unharmed. So, that means he went there after Reverend Sun Le self-destructed? Feng Shu nodded and said, otherwise, when Reverend Huashu of the Utopia faction cleaned up the mess, there's no way he wouldn't be discovered. Suddenly, Chan Si Miao's expression changed drastically. He said in horror, could it be? Feng Shu also realized and said anxiously, no. At that time, the gate of the demonic realm was not closed. Could it be that he's from the demonic realm, this? The disciple smiled bitterly and said, seniors, that person is clearly from the mortal realm, and the cultivation of the qi refining stage. Chan Si Miao's expression was slightly embarrassed. Then, he smiled and said, the people of the demonic realm are getting more and more shrewd. Maybe they're imitating our demonic realm cultivation skills. Yes, quickly bring that person in. Feng Shu also agreed. Not long after, the disciple brought in a thin and tall person. The person was wearing a Daoist robe that was stained with blood. His shiny head was drooping, and his slender arms were exposed outside of his Daoist robe. When the disciple put the person on the ground, Feng Shu looked at the person's beardless face without eyebrows and closed eyes. After a while, he said softly, "Fellow Cultivator Chan. Could it be that he's not from the demonic realm? Instead, he's from the Buddha." Before Feng Shu could finish, Chan Si Miao shook his head and said in a low voice, "As far as I know, the bald head might not be theirs. Also, I've never heard that they don't even have eyebrows." Yes, Feng Shu nodded and said, "This person's cultivation is indeed at the qi refining stage, but the true qi in his meridians is a little strange." "Yes, I think so too. This amount of true qi should be at the foundation establishment stage, but why hasn't it liquefied yet? I'm afraid it's a good-for-nothing disciple of some sect, stuck at the foundation establishment stage." Chan Si Miao said with a smile. "Fellow Cultivator Chan, even if it's a good-for-nothing disciple, they definitely wouldn't throw him into the demon-resisting valley. This is clearly against the rules of the Immortal Alliance." Feng Shu shook his head. "By the way, isn't this person uninjured? Why didn't you wake him up?" Feng Shu looked at the disciple and asked. "This. I've already stimulated this person's meridians, but he doesn't know at all." The disciple smiled bitterly. "Oh, I see." Feng Shu raised his foot and kicked the person's body. A ray of light flashed, and his dermic powers naturally shook into the person's meridians. However, the person's body shook and then stopped moving. "What's going on?" Feng Shu went forward as if he didn't believe in evil. He reached out and patted the person's lower dantian. However, just as his palm touched it, a trace of surprise flashed across Feng Shu's face. Just as he was about to raise his head, he immediately lowered it. When Chan Si Miao saw this, he couldn't help but be curious and asked, "Fellow Cultivator Feng, did you discover something?" No, I don't seem to have the ability to wake him up." A strange look flashed across Feng Shu's eyes. Then, he said with a smile, "Why don't we put him at the back first and wait for the alliance leader and the others to come back and take a look together? If that's the case, I will also try." As Chan Si Miao spoke, he took a step forward. Fellow Cultivator Chan. There's no need to trouble you. Look, if I use the soul-searching technique, would it be appropriate?" Feng Shu was anxious and blurted out. "The soul-searching technique." Chan Si Miao stopped and looked at Feng Shu, then looked at the person on the ground. He frowned and said, "I am not proficient in the soul-searching technique. If you are anxious to know the ins and outs of this person, only the soul-searching technique is suitable. Then I'll have to trouble fellow Cultivator Feng." It's no problem." Feng Shu seemed to be relieved and said, "However, I's soul-searching technique can't guarantee that I will be able to find something from this person's memories. Furthermore, there's a possibility that this person will become an idiot. This person is just a kid in the qi refining stage. How much defense can he have? With Feng Shu's spirit-severing stage cultivation, can't he read his memories?" Chan Si Miao laughed and said, "If fellow cultivator doesn't dare, then I can try." Chapter 3156. Feng Shu originally wanted to ask, but after hearing Chan Si Miao's words, he waved his hand and said, "That won't be necessary. However, if I really turn this person into an idiot? Fellow Chan, please don't blame me." "Of course not. Soul-searching techniques have always had a chance of failing. Even if the alliance leader were to come in person, he might not be able to guarantee a 100% success rate, so please proceed, fellow Daoist Feng," Chan Si Miao replied with a smile. Feng Shu nodded and glanced at the person on the ground. His right hand formed dozens of complicated seals, all of which hit the person's head. Then, he suddenly stretched out his right hand, and his index finger moved the surrounding yuan qi of heaven and earth. Circles of four-colored brilliance were born like colorful butterflies. Along with Feng Shu's finger, they pressed on the person's forehead. However, in an instant, Feng Shu's originally relaxed expression became serious. Slowly, it turned into a kind of mockery. He snorted from his nose and took out his index finger. He turned to look at Chan Si Miao and shook his head. I have embarrassed myself. This person has really become an idiot. In his memory, there is nothing. I'm afraid that just now, Chan Si Miao didn't seem to be surprised, but the disciple next to him exclaimed. Then, Feng Shu's sharp gaze swept over him and he immediately lowered his head. Feng Shu, his eyelids moved. The moment the disciple lowered his head, he actually saw the person's eyelids move slightly. This time, Feng Shu didn't dare to move. He just stood to the side and watched quietly. Sure enough, in less than 10 minutes, the person finally opened his eyes. He first looked around, then sat up. He looked at the three people next to him and asked, "You, who are you? Where is this place?" Feng Shu smiled and said, "This is the Imperial Demon Valley." "Who are we? Don't you know?" "Imperial Demon Valley?" the person muttered. He looked at Feng Shu and shook his head. "Who are you?" "How would I know?" "Then, who are you?" Chan Si Miao smiled. "Yes, who am I?" The person was stunned and said this sentence inexplicably. Then, he seemed to be talking to himself. "Who can I be? If I knew who I was, would I not tell you?" This person was naturally Zhang Xiaohua, who had floated out of the void crack. However, his memories had been sealed by the bracelet in the void. Now that Feng Shu had searched his soul, how could he have any memories? Forget it. Since I don't know his name, there's no need to think about it anymore. Feng Shu understood in his heart that there might be a problem with his soul-searching technique. He waved his hand and said, "This old man wants to ask you, which sect are you from? Why are we in the Imperial Demon Valley?" "What sect?" "That's right. What sect am I from?" Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said. "Sigh." Feng Shu sighed and looked at Chan Si Miao. His eyes were filled with helplessness, as if he was feeling guilty for failing to search Chan Si Miao's soul. Then, Feng Shu asked again, "Then, little guy, where did you come from? Or, what are you doing here?" "This." Zhang Xiaohua stretched out his hand and scratched his head. He smiled bitterly and said, "This. I don't remember. It seems I should know, but I just don't know." Chan Si Miao nodded slightly and turned to look at Feng Shu. His eyes were filled with schadenfreude. When Feng Shu saw Chan Si Miao's gaze, he could only smack his dry lips. He looked at the confused Zhang Xiaohua with a complicated gaze and waved his hand. "You don't even know the Imperial Demon Valley, and you don't even know where you came from. You are really an idiot. Forget it, you can leave first." Then, he said to the disciple beside him, "Take him to rest and wait for orders from the Alliance." Yes, this disciple understands. The disciple bowed and quickly left with Zhang Xiaohua. When the two of them were far away, Feng Shu's face was filled with smiles. He turned to Chan Si Miao and said, "Fellow Chan. Cough cough, I've embarrassed myself in front of you, not at all. People make mistakes and horses stumble. This soul-searching technique has always been like this. It's convenient, but it's very harmful. I believe fellow Feng is thinking for our immortal alliance and is anxious to know this child's origin. That's why you came up with this plan." Chan Si Miao replied with a smile. Hee, fellow Chan's words are exactly what I'm thinking." Feng Shu sighed. It's really strange that such a person with such low cultivation suddenly appeared in the Imperial Demon Valley. I'm afraid he's a monster from the demon realm. That's why, as Feng Shu spoke, he wanted to say something but hesitated. If that's the case, fellow Feng can rest assured. The people of the demon realm have been fighting with our human realm for so long. The meridians and bodies of the people of the demon realm are completely different from those of the human realm. This person is obviously from the human realm. Moreover, his meridians have the Qi refinement realm's true Qi. How can the demon realm imitate this? Hearing Chan Si Miao mention the true Qi in Zhang Xiaohua's meridians, the corner of Feng Shu's right eye twitched slightly. Then, he chuckled and said, "That's good. I'm just afraid that it's a new method from the demon realm. That's why I'm anxious, this." "I know. Fellow Feng, you don't have to worry about it. If the alliance leader asks, I will definitely bear with it," Chan Si Miao said with a righteous look. "Then I'll thank fellow Chan." Feng Shu bowed. It's fine. If it wasn't for my low cultivation, I would have done it too." Chan Si Miao returned the greeting. However, Feng Shu didn't relax because of Chan Si Miao's sharing of the burden. Instead, he looked outside and said hesitantly, But what? Could it be that fellow Feng is worried about me? Besides, it's just a little Qi refinement kid." Chan Si Miao was displeased. No. Feng Shu hurriedly waved his hand. After thinking for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Fellow Chan, it's not that I don't trust you, but I don't trust others." "Others?" Chan Si Miao was slightly stunned and asked curiously, "Who is this others?" Feng Shu sighed and waved his hand. A restriction was formed. Then, he walked to a chair and sat down. He picked up a small transparent red fruit from the jade table and threw it into his mouth. After chewing it a few times, he said with a smile, "Chan Si Miao, you and I have a deep friendship. Why are you pretending to be confused?" Chan Si Miao seemed to be even more confused. He also walked to the table and sat down. He also picked up the small red fruit and ate a few. Then, he looked up at Feng Shu and said with a smile, "Don't know what you're talking about. I just used the soul-searching technique on a kid in the Qi refinement realm and turned him into an idiot. He just lost all his memories and didn't hurt his life." Well, even if his life was hurt, who would say anything? That was then and this is now. If it were any other time, no one would say anything. But now? It's really hard to say. Feng Shu said mysteriously. Then, seeing that Chan Si Miao was still confused, he felt a little disappointed and said in a low voice, "Our immortal alliance has always been loose. It only shows its effect when the people of the demon realm attack our human realm. Normally, it is just an empty shell." Feng Shu listened and looked at Chan Si Miao's expressionless face. He said again, "But why are Kunlun Sect's immortal Xianqing, Taiqing Sect's immortal Huanhua, and Splendid Sect's Ji Fengzi all fighting for the position of immortal alliance leader? Isn't that obvious? I'm not a person who only meditates. Of course, I know about this." Chan Si Miao said unhappily, "Isn't it because, every time the immortals and demons fight, the immortal alliance's resources in the demon-resisting valley are allocated by the alliance leader? There's a lot of tricks in this. Hee, isn't that so? Today, the Dawn Rain continent is lacking in resources. We don't have the advantages of ancient cultivation. Which sect, which disciple isn't worried about spirit stones and spirit pills? In addition, every 1,000 years, the demon realm invades our human realm and consumes a lot of resources. The path of cultivation is getting more and more difficult. The sword cultivators of the Huan country also attack the 3 countries of cultivation from time to snatch resources. Fortunately, we've already cultivated to the soul-forming stage. If we work harder, we'll reach the void refining stage. It's just that the minor heavenly tribulation from the soul-forming stage to the void refining stage is not easy to pass. Once we pass it, it'll be easier for us to reach the void refining stage and form synthesis stage." Feng Shu nodded slightly and changed the topic. "But us younger disciples are in trouble." "Exactly. Every time the Immortal Alliance fights against the demon realm, it consumes a lot of resources. But, who can say for sure? After every war, the alliance leader's sect always has one or two outstanding people. What does this mean? Also, the fellow cultivators who died in the demon-resisting valley. For example, Sun Lejunren from the Utopia faction exploded his nascent soul. His magic weapons, elixirs, rare materials, who knows if they're all destroyed? The Vice Alliance leader only asked Sun Lejunren to take care of them. There's bound to be a mistake. If they're picked up by other disciples and handed to the Immortal Alliance, who would know that they belong to Sun Lejunren from the Utopia faction? But those things belong to Sun Lejunren himself. Sun Lejunren probably doesn't know about them. Even if he wants to ask the Immortal Alliance for them, he has no basis. Chan Si Miao said disdainfully. But he can't blame the Immortal Alliance. He might blame the disciples who are searching for them. He might even blame you and me. Feng Shu said mysteriously. How is that possible? Chan Si Miao almost jumped up and said, what does this have to do with us? Heh, fellow cultivator Chan, I'm just guessing. Sun Lejunren might not think so. Feng Shu waved his hand and said, however, while we shouldn't have the intention to harm others, we should always be vigilant. What do you mean? Chan Si Miao asked curiously. We're indebted to the Vice Alliance leader of the Strong Wind Alliance for giving us the task of searching. I wonder how many people are jealous. Fellow cultivator Feng, you mean? Chan Si Miao seemed to understand. He stared at Feng Shu and asked without blinking. Seeing Chan Si Miao's reaction, Feng Shu's expression didn't change. He nodded slightly and said, yes, just as I thought, this qi refining kids matter is not a big deal. But if someone uses it as an issue, this issue is very profound. Is this necessary? Chan Si Miao almost jumped up. Chapter 3157. Fellow Daoist Chan, calm down, Feng Shu smiled and said, this is just my guess. However, we'd rather believe it than not. Then, according to Brother Feng, what should we do? Chan Si Miao seemed to have sensed the seriousness behind this matter and subconsciously changed the way he addressed Feng Shu. Sigh, this matter is my fault in the end. If I wasn't too confident, why would I be so long-winded? Feng Shu said apologetically, however, since things have already come to this, I think it's better to avoid trouble. What do you mean? Chan Si Miao seemed to have understood something. This person is just a kid in the qi refinement realm. Even the lowest level disciples like us won't take him seriously. How can he attract the attention of the people from the Immortal Alliance? We'll just instruct the disciple just now to say that he is the personal attendant of the Deputy Alliance leader or someone else and let him leave on his own. Isn't that enough? Could it be that the disciple will confront the Deputy Alliance leader? We'll remind him again and say that it's the Alliance leader's verbal order. Even if he has 10 guts, he won't dare to say it out loud. Wonderful. Chan Si Miao clapped and praised, we'll do as Brother Feng says. However, we still have to remind this little cultivator more. He has lost all his memories and doesn't know any vital points. He can't talk nonsense. That's easy. I've already thought about it. Give him a little benefit. He's just a kid in the qi refinement realm. He's like an ant. He can only be happy secretly. Why would he spread it everywhere? Feng Shu smiled and said. Since fellow Daoist Feng has thought about this matter so carefully, then I'll let you handle this matter. He's just a kid in the qi refinement realm. How can two soul formation cultivators like us waste time with him? Chan Si Miao said with a smile. Well, that's good. Since fellow Daoist Chan has no objections, I'll deal with it now. The sooner I do this, the sooner I'll be at ease. Feng Shu stood up and smiled bitterly. It's my fault. Sigh, if I didn't use the soul-searching technique, why would there be so much trouble? Chan Si Miao's face was full of sympathy. The ancients have a saying, the more you do, the more you make mistakes. The less you do things, the less you make mistakes. Fellow Daoist Feng, have you forgotten? Feng Shu slapped his forehead and said with a smile, I really forgot. Then, his figure flashed and turned into a beam of light that shot out of the door. Chan Si Miao smiled as he watched Feng Shu leave in a hurry. He picked up a red fruit, looked at it, and put it into his mouth. In a valley in the Imperial Demon Valley, there were layers of restrictions flashing with light. Behind the restrictions was a large number of wooden houses. At this moment, the surroundings of the wooden houses were very quiet. There was no sound and no one could be seen. In a remote wooden house, Zhang Xiaohua was frowning and sitting cross-legged. Yes, where did I come from? Who am I? He muttered to himself, I can't even remember my own name, how can I remember anything else? Where is this place? Shaking her head, Zhang Xiaohua very naturally released her divine sense. Huh? The heaven and earth spirit qi here is actually so dense? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked, but then she came to a realization. How do I know that the heaven and earth spirit qi here is dense? Could it be that, the place I came from, the heaven and earth zero spirit qi is not dense? Zhang Xiaohua's mind raced. The true qi in his body flowed, and a cultivation technique that he could not remember the name of was activated. But then, Zhang Xiaohua's face changed greatly. What is going on? The heaven and earth spirit qi here is so dense, why can't I draw it into my body? Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense scanned the outside for a moment. He tried the cultivation technique in his body a few times, but could not draw in any heaven and earth spirit qi from the outside. Zhang Xiaohua then gave up disappointedly. Why is this? Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. Could it be that my meridians have some changes? Thinking, Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously scratched her head. Why am I bald again? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. At this time, he did not pursue the reason why she said the word again. The true qi in her meridians followed the memory in her heart and circulated a few times. She did not feel any abnormalities. Zhang Xiaohua then checked the other parts of her body. What is this? Zhang Xiaohua finally found the place that was different from her impression. Finally, she found the mysterious place behind her head. At this moment, behind Zhang Xiaohua's head, there was a space that was dozens of feet in size. The ground of that space was like an ordinary ground, with a layer of soil. On top of that space, there was a ball of golden light, slightly and slowly rotating, just like a small sun. My mind, why would such a thing appear? Zhang Xiaohua was completely confused. Without waiting for her to recover from the space behind her head, Zhang Xiaohua found a section of the snake-shaped ring in her body. With a thought, that curved ring actually obediently flew out of her body. Zhang Xiaohua used his hand to hold it and looked at it carefully. This was a golden object, made of an unknown material. The incomplete ring looked like the middle section of a coiling snake. There was no snake head above, nor was there a snake tail below. On this ring, there were thin scales, similar to the scales of a small fish. Tsk tisk. Zhang Xiaohua smacked his lips and could not help but say, how much is this worth? Then, he scratched his head and said in confusion, what do I mean by this sentence? Thinking, Zhang Xiaohua immersed his divine sense into the snake-shaped ring. Who knew that the snake-shaped ring was like an ordinary object? There was no fluctuation of true qi at all. Impossible. If it's not, what kind of treasure, how can it be integrated into my body? Zhang Xiaohua could not believe it. But, he tried for a while and still did not gain any insight. He wanted to keep the snake-shaped ring. Before he could think of a way to keep it in his body, Zhang Xiaohua thought of the space behind her head. Could it be that the space is used to store things? Sure enough, Zhang Xiaohua's mind was focused. With a sweep of his divine sense, the snake-shaped ring in his hand immediately disappeared. When Zhang Xiaohua looked again, that dragon-shaped ring stayed in a corner of the space. Not bad, this space can actually store things. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. The depression of not being able to gather true qi for his mental cultivation method had been driven away. Imperial Demon Valley? Where is this place? Zhang Xiaohua thought as he stood up. Releasing his divine sense, he carefully sized up the small hut that he was in. This was an extremely ordinary-looking wooden hut. The entire structure was built with wood. There was not the slightest bit of decoration. In the wooden hut, there were only a few praying mats. Other than that, there was nothing else. But when Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept across the walls of the wooden hut, there was a strong fluctuation of true qi on the walls. There were also layers of flickering talismans. Only then did he know that this wooden hut was definitely not ordinary. Standing up, Zhang Xiaohua walked to the door and pushed it open. Before he could step out of the door, a gust of bloody air assaulted his face. Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly and secretly thought, what a heavy murderous aura. Then his divine sense swept across the wooden hut once and was about to sweep to the front. You're out? A voice suddenly came from behind him. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. When he turned back to look, the door of the wooden hut beside him was open. The disciple who had brought him here earlier was standing in front of the wooden hut. Ah! Zhang Xiaohua almost screamed out in shock. Just now when he walked to the door, he had clearly used his divine sense to check. Although the wooden hut's door was open, but he did not see this disciple. Very naturally, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept towards that disciple again, but, as before, his divine sense was unable to see the disciple in front of him. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense sweep over, that disciple frowned slightly. Following that, he released his concealed cultivation. A strong pressure came over, almost like a mountain smashing onto Zhang Xiaohua's body. In an instant, it made Zhang Xiaohua dizzy and almost unable to stand steadily. Humph, that disciple snorted coldly. When the sound entered Zhang Xiaohua's ears, it was as if it was ringing in his heart, causing Zhang Xiaohua's heart to clench. You have no respect for your elders. How can you spy on others like that? After that disciple taught Zhang Xiaohua a lesson, he immediately retracted his divine sense. He was still that ordinary-looking disciple. Yes, senior brother, you are right. Zhang Xiaohua bowed and said, this one does not know proper etiquette. I have made a fool of myself in front of senior brother. Zhang Xiaohua saw that the disciple was quite young and subconsciously said this. Senior brother? When that disciple heard this, he almost laughed out loud. Pointing at Zhang Xiaohua with his finger, he said, how can you call me senior brother? Zhang Xiaohua was flabbergasted. He looked at that disciple and was very puzzled. Oh, I forgot, the disciple suddenly realized something and said, now that you... I'd better tell you this. It's extremely rude to use your divine sense to check other people's cultivation. If you did that to me, the punishment just now was considered light. This one is wrong, please forgive. Senior. Zhang Xiaohua said sincerely. He did not pay attention to the difference between divine sense and divine sense. Of course, in his impression, divine sense and divine sense should be about the same. That's right. You are just a qi refining stage cultivator. You have to call any foundation establishment stage cultivator senior. Not to mention me, a golden core stage cultivator. Just now, you actually called this old man senior brother? Although this old man is very happy, if it was an ordinary person, perhaps they would not think so. Do you know, even if I kill you, no one will scold me. That's not necessary, senior. I just said the wrong thing. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Then, don't I have to call anyone senior when I see them? I can't use divine sense to check on others. Nonsense, if you can't use divine sense, you can use other spells. What heaven's eye technique, heaven's eye technique, heaven's eye technique, detection technique are all possible. Others don't know. You can check as much as you want. It's better than using divine sense to provoke others. The disciple casually lectured, even if you are a low-level qi refining stage disciple, you should have already learned these basic spells. If you can't remember, go back and ask your master carefully. Chapter 3158. Then the young disciple said with a proud smile, "This old man had a fortuitous encounter in his early years and ate spirit herbs to maintain my youthful appearance. Otherwise, wouldn't I have to wait until I reached the nascent soul stage to be able to reconstruct my appearance? So, this old man is not the senior brother you are talking about, ha 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 ha." The disciple seemed to be very proud of his youthful appearance and couldn't help but laugh. But then he suddenly realized something and said, "Oh, right, your divine sense is quite strange. How is it comparable to the early stage of foundation establishment?" But this old man clearly detected that you are only at the qi condensation stage. The disciple asked like an old man, "Which sect are you from?" Zhang Xiaohua spread her hands and helplessly said, "This is also what this junior wanted to ask senior." Just as the disciple was about to speak, a powerful divine sense swept over Zhang Xiaohua and the young man. Seeing the two of them lock onto each other, Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. The disciple's expression also changed. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Feng Shu's voice. "You two, come to the front." The disciple respectfully bowed and replied, "Yes, this disciple obeys." Then he turned to Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Let's go. Senior Feng is looking for you." Zhang Xiaohua was a bit confused. She thought for a bit and whispered, "Senior, didn't you say we can't use our divine sense to investigate? Why did Senior Feng shut up?" The disciple scolded, "Senior Feng is a spirit-severing stage cultivator and is a famous figure in the Celestial Alliance. Our cultivation is not worth mentioning in his eyes, so how can we investigate?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She wanted to ask, but her eyes rolled and she closed her mouth. Spirit-severing stage cultivator? "Let's go." The disciple took out a flying sword and threw it on the ground. He sent in a spell and the flying sword became slightly bigger. The disciple reached out and grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's arm. He stepped on the flying sword and sent it flying forward. In front of Zhang Xiaohua was a tall cliff. When the disciple saw the location, he frowned, but then relaxed. He stepped forward and respectfully said, reporting to Senior Feng, "This disciple has brought this person here. Okay, you wait at the side." Feng Shu glanced at the disciple and waved his hand. "Yes." The disciple quickly walked to the side and stood with his hands by his side. "Senior, what business do you have with me?" Zhang Xiaohua had learned to be humble. Feng Shu glanced at Zhang Xiaohua with a strange glint in his eyes. He waved his hand and set up a restriction. He then asked gently, "Little fellow, do you remember where you came from?" Reporting to Senior, "I really can't remember. I don't know why I came here." "Okay, if you can't remember, then you can't remember." Sect leader Feng said with a smile, "However, this Imperial Demon Valley is the place where the human realm and the demon realm confront each other. It's not a place where little kids like you can come to play. Also, the Immortal Alliance has a strict rule. Any disciple below the Golden Core stage can't enter the Imperial Demon Valley. They have already been found and punished severely. I'm afraid. I really don't know why." Zhang Xiaohua bowed and said, "Well, it's too late to say anything now, but..." Feng Shu changed the topic and said, "Not many people know that you entered the Imperial Demon Valley. I'm Feng Shu from the Immortal Ascension sect. Hee, I'm also a famous person in the Immortal Alliance. Although you don't know now, you will know if you go out and ask. I, like you and don't want you to delay your cultivation, so..." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was surprised. She bowed again and said, "Senior Feng, thank you for your kindness. I will never forget it." It's okay. I like to guide the younger generation. When I saw you, I felt that we were fated. However, although the demon gate of the Imperial Demon Valley has been closed, I still have some things to take care of. You can't stay in the Imperial Demon Valley for too long, otherwise. I will guide your cultivation properly. Xiaohua Zhang was a little dumbfounded. This happiness seemed to have come too quickly. Seeing the surprise on Zhang Xiaohua's face, Feng Shu smiled and said, "Little fellow, don't think too much. This old man doesn't plan on accepting you into the Celestial Ascension sect until you figure out which sect you belong to. Of course, if you can find your own sect and I have some friendship with your master, I don't mind accepting you into the sect." The meaning of these words was obvious. Normally, Zhang Xiaohua should take advantage of the situation, to thank him or leave a way out for himself. However, when Zhang Xiaohua heard these words, it was quite awkward. He couldn't remember which sect he belonged to, but he vaguely knew that he had a sect. He couldn't help but hesitate. This hesitation made Feng Shu a little unhappy. He released his pressure and sneered, "Don't tell me. I don't have the qualifications to guide you." In an instant, the powerful pressure enveloped Zhang Xiaohua. Boom! Zhang Xiaohua felt his vision turn black and there was a roar in his ears. The Feng Shu in front of him suddenly became as tall as the sky. A huge pressure, a pressure that he had never imagined before, directly pressed down on him until he was dizzy and about to faint. However, just as his limbs went soft and he was about to faint, the pressure suddenly withdrew. In front of him was Feng Shu, whose face was as warm as the spring breeze. Zhang Xiaohua's face was pale and there was a lingering fear in his heart. His lips trembled slightly and he didn't know what to say. Beg for mercy? Thank him? Feng Shu looked at Zhang Xiaohua's reaction with contempt. He was about to say something, but suddenly his expression changed slightly. He raised his head as if looking in a certain direction. The corners of his mouth curled up and he laughed, "Little guy, I am a spirit-severing cultivator. I have the intention to guide you. It is your good fortune from your previous life. Alas, forget it. Since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, what else can I say?" "Wait, senior, it's not that I don't know how to appreciate kindness, but I have a sect. If I don't report this matter to my sect, I'm afraid it's inappropriate." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he resisted the strong disgust in his heart and cupped his hands. "Well, what you said is not unreasonable. How about this, you leave the Imperial Demon Valley first. My Immortal Ascension sect is not near the Imperial Demon Valley, nor is it in the country of Shi. Instead, it is in the country of Meng, which borders the country of Shi. My Immortal Ascension sect is established in the Screen Gorge Mountain, which is very far from here. This storage ring has a token of my Immortal Ascension sect, as well as some spirit stones and magic weapons. This token can represent your identity and is useful when using the transmission formation. You have to keep the magic weapons well and don't let others see them." As Feng Shu spoke, he took out a storage ring and said, "Well, after you leave, if anyone asks, you have to evade. Just say that it is a secret of the Immortal Alliance. If you really can't avoid it, just say that you are the descendant of the Immortal Alliance's Master Xianqing. No one will dare to ask again." Country of Shi? Country of Meng? Screen Gorge Mountain? Storage ring? Zhang Xiaohua was really confused. He really didn't understand these things. However, looking at the small storage ring in Feng Shu's hand and thinking about how Feng Shu had shown him his power just now, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to hesitate anymore. Although he muttered in his heart, he still took the storage ring and put it on his hand very naturally. Then, he carefully remembered Feng Shu's words and bowed, "Thank you for the arrangement, senior. Well, there is a set of ordinary clothes in the storage ring. You can wear it. I don't have a Taoist robe for you. You should understand what I'm saying. You mustn't reveal to others that it was me who did it. Otherwise, I don't need to warn you about the consequences. Just the fact that you entered the Imperial Demon Valley without permission, even if I kill you later, absolutely no one will care." Speaking up to here, Feng Shu's face revealed a trace of coldness. "Yes, I know." Zhang Xiaohua didn't quite understand why Feng Shu was trying his best to help him, but at the same time, he was afraid that others would see that he was helping him. Could it be that I really have an outstanding aptitude, which made him have a heart of appreciation for talent? Zhang Xiaohua's little tail unconsciously stood up. But if he didn't think so, what else could he think? Zhang Xiaohua originally appeared naked in the Imperial Demon Valley. Not to mention that he didn't have any money, even if he didn't have an inch of clothing, he still had it. What else was there for him to think about? If he didn't listen to Feng Shu's arrangement, maybe, he would be killed with a wave of his hand. Oh, in fact, there was no need to look back at all. He was afraid that the coercion would be able to settle Zhang Xiaohua. Oh my, just a disciple's cultivation was much higher than Zhang Xiaohua's. What Feng Shu, and the alliance master that they mentioned, wouldn't he be able to kill someone with just a glance? I'm also not a charming beauty, what's there to be afraid of? Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized, and seemed to think of another possibility. So, he felt that Feng Shu's gaze was a little wretched. What are you looking at? As long as you know, it's fine. Hurry up and change your clothes. Alliance Master. They seem to be coming back. You have to get out of the valley before they do. Feng Shu glared at him and scolded. But Zhang Xiaohua looked at Feng Shu, with an awkward face, and said embarrassedly, Senior, you look at me like this, I'm sorry, Feng Shu didn't expect Zhang Xiaohua to say so. He had a strange expression on his face, and said with a smile, You little brat, I've lived for thousands of years. My grandson's grandson's grandson is much older than you. As he spoke, he waved his hand and removed the restriction. He turned to the disciple next to him and said, You're the head of the Qiu family in the Sword River Valley of the country of Shi, right? That disciple said respectfully, Senior Feng, I'm Qiu Feng of the Sword River Valley. Yes, that's right. Bai Kongzi of the Su Yan faction once told me about you. You've reached the Gold Core realm at the age of 540. Your future is limitless. Qiu Feng was excited. He bowed and said, I don't dare to mention it in front of you. Senior Bai Kongzi, you flatter me. Being neither arrogant nor humble is the key to cultivation. If you have any questions in the future, I'm very close to you in the demon-resisting valley. You can ask me at any time. Feng Shu nodded with a smile. Chapter 3159. Qiu Feng's expression was even more exaggerated. No. Not to mention that he was only the head of a cultivation family, Bai Kongzi, who Feng Shu mentioned, was only a nascent soul cultivator. Although Feng Shu used to be friends with Qiu Feng and liked him a lot, it was unrealistic to give him guidance and support. After all, Bai Kongzi was the head of the Su Yan faction and couldn't give the Qiu family too much. Recommending Qiu Feng to the demon-resisting valley was already very generous. If he or the Qiu family wanted to stand out among the cultivators in the Immortal Alliance or the Immortal Cultivators, then, the guidance of a soul formation cultivator was a one-of-a-kind opportunity. Qiu Feng was dumbfounded by this opportunity that seemed to have fallen from the sky. Didn't he come to the demon-resisting valley for such an opportunity? After a while, he shook his head and came to his senses. He said happily, Thank you. Senior. If you have any errands in the future, I will do it. You don't have to do anything. Feng Shu smiled and helped Qiu Feng up. He said, You only need to do your best for the Immortal Alliance. Yes, I will follow Feng Shu's instructions. Qiu Feng nodded. Oh, right, this person is a descendant of Lord Alliance Master for several generations. He secretly took Lord Alliance Master's token and sneaked into demon-resisting valley to broaden his horizons. This old man has already sent a message to Lord Alliance Master, and Lord Alliance Master has also given this old man clear instructions. As he spoke, he stopped and raised his head slightly to look outside. Qiu Feng didn't dare to say anything and just listened quietly. The Alliance Master said that this matter is neither big nor small, but it's quite tricky. The child is immature and he is in a difficult position, so he asked me to teach him a lesson. This. Qiu Feng frowned. This is difficult. Senior, how do you deal with it? Alas, what do you think? Feng Shu asked back. This. Qiu Feng smiled bitterly. What else can we do? Since the Alliance head has already told us that this person is his blood relative, then, naturally, he wants us to be merciful. If it's a junior, we'll just let him go. After all, he's just a qi refinement child. Yes, what you said is very reasonable. Feng Shu praised him. I think so too, so. I avoided fellow cultivator Chan and came here alone. However, this matter, it's not convenient for this old man to go out. I can only trouble you to do it. Qiu Feng panicked and bowed. Thank you for thinking so highly of me, Senior Feng. This matter, this junior will deal with it immediately. I can rest assured with you in charge. Feng Shu nodded in satisfaction. After thinking for a moment, he said, also. What about the disciple who discovered this person with you? Senior Feng, please be at ease. They are all close to this disciple. This disciple only needs to give a slight hint, and they will definitely understand. There is no need to let them know about Lord Alliance heads, and Senior Feng's instructions, and, that's true. Feng Shu said with relief. Then, he beckoned to Zhang Xiaohua, who had already changed her clothes, and said, Come here quickly, child. This old man has already told, just call me Martial Uncle Qiu. Qiu Feng replied tactfully. Oh, this old man has already told your Martial Uncle Qiu. He will bring you out in a moment. Remember, go back quickly after you go out. Don't be naughty outside. Feng Shu said kindly as if Zhang Xiaohua was a child of 3 or 4 years old. Thank you for your care, Senior Feng. Zhang Xiaohua was changing her clothes while listening to Feng Shu and Qiu Feng's conversation. She knew that Feng Shu was just lying to Qiu Feng. She was grateful, but she also felt even more uneasy. Did she have any reason to deserve this soul formation expert's protection? Thank you for your trouble, Martial Uncle Qiu. Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and thanked Qiu Feng. She wanted to call him senior, but she was the descendant of that Lord Alliance head. If she could cause trouble in the demon-resisting valley, she should be someone who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How could she be too humble? I don't dare. Just now. I was rude to you. Please don't blame me, Martial Nephew. Qiu Feng smiled and helped Zhang Xiaohua up. However, when his eyes fell on Zhang Xiaohua's hand, the corners of his eyes twitched. He then looked away and said with a smile, Hurry up and leave. Lord Alliance head and the others will be back soon. If he sees you, I'm afraid he will lose face. Feng Shu said with a smile. Yes, this disciple will leave now. Qiu Feng said and threw out his flying sword. He grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's arm with one hand and channeled the magic power under his feet. The flying sword turned into a rainbow and headed straight for the entrance of the demon-resisting valley. A trace of an unfathomable smile appeared on the corners of Feng Shu's mouth as he watched Qiu Feng and Zhang Xiaohua leave, and then his figure transformed into a ray of light that shot towards another direction like a bolt of lightning. When they arrived at the entrance of the demon-resisting valley, Zhang Xiaohua finally understood why Feng Shu kept reminding her. It turned out, it was not easy to get out of the demon-resisting valley. At the entrance of the demon-resisting valley, there was a large array that stretched from the top of the valley all the way to the ground, covering the entire entrance of the valley tightly. Hundreds and thousands of disciples were floating above and below the array, holding all kinds of colorful magic treasures in their hands as they patrolled in midair. This was also because the gate to the demon realm had already been closed. If, a few days ago, the disciples on duty would probably cover the sky and cover the earth. Now that the gate to the demon realm had been closed for a few days, the disciples were sent out in batches to search for it. However, there was no abnormal movement. Naturally, the defense of the entrance of the valley was slack. However, when they saw Qiu Feng's sword light flying over, 2 disciples did not dare to be negligent and responded. This. Junior brother, may I know what business you have? A late-stage golden core elder asked with cupped hands. Senior brother, please check the token. Chiu Feng did not beat around the bush. He shook his hand and a yellow light flew to the disciple. The disciple caught it and checked it with his divine sense before passing it to the person beside him. The two of them checked it together and nodded. They threw the token back and said with a smile, so it's junior brother Chiu Feng. May I know who the person beside you is? However, when they saw that Zhang Xiaohua was only at the qi refining stage, they frowned. It's not convenient for me to reveal the identity of the disciple beside me. I'm here to send this disciple out of the valley. Chiu Feng took his token and cupped his hands. This. The disciple on duty did not feel awkward and said with a bitter smile, Junior brother Chiu, aren't you making it difficult for me? This person is only at the qi refining stage. How can she enter the demon-resisting valley? You're bringing her out so easily. If there are any consequences, I can't bear it. The demon-resisting valley does not allow qi refining stage disciples to enter, but is there a rule that forbids them from leaving? Chiu Feng said with a smile. This. The two disciples on duty were also at a loss for words. It was true that the demon-resisting valley forbade qi refining stage disciples from entering, but there was no rule that forbade them from leaving. However, since they could not enter, how could they leave? Since the Immortal Alliance does not forbid qi refining stage disciples from leaving the demon-resisting valley, I'm sure it won't be difficult for the two of you to send this person out. But, how did this disciple enter the demon-resisting valley? The other disciple on duty asked with a frown. Did the senior brother on duty check every disciple who entered the valley? Chiu Feng asked confidently. Of course, only Golden Core stage disciples can enter. This is the rule of the Immortal Alliance. We have to fulfill our duty. The two disciples on duty said in unison. Not necessarily. Chiu Feng looked around and saw that the other disciples on duty were already looking in this direction. He did not hold back and said with a cold smile, the higher-ups of the Immortal Alliance, have you checked their followers and disciples one by one when they entered? The two disciples on duty looked at each other and did not say a word. They looked at each other with bitterness in their eyes. So. Chiu Feng's mouth moved slightly, but no sound came out. Zhang Xiaohua, who was next to him, only saw the slight change in the expressions of the two disciples on duty. She could not hear what Chiu Feng said. Sai, is this true? One of the disciples on duty asked after Chiu Feng finished speaking. Senior brother, if not, how do you think I, a mere Golden Core stage disciple, have the guts to do this? Moreover, if there is a mistake in this matter, it will embarrass them. Wouldn't we be asking for trouble? The two disciples on duty looked at each other again. Then, Zhang Xiaohua felt a pressure that was even stronger than Chiu Feng's. It was so strong that she could not breathe. In a hurry, an even stronger divine sense swept over. Compared to this divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua's pitiful divine sense almost did not have the courage to use it. This was like comparing a small ditch to a big river. After checking Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation and confirming that she was only a qi refinement stage cultivator and did not have any demonic aura or cultivation, they quietly stepped back and made a gap. Chiu Feng was overjoyed when he saw that the two disciples on duty didn't say anything and didn't send him off respectfully. He cupped his hands and bowed slightly. Then, he activated his magic power and the sword light flew toward the array. Before it could get close, a brilliant light enveloped Chiu Feng and a strange color appeared on his body. Then, in a flash, he disappeared from their sight. Senior brother Mu, this. How much of what Chiu Feng said is true? One of the disciples on duty sighed and transmitted his voice. Senior brother Mu looked around and activated his sword light to fly up a little. He also transmitted his voice, of course, it's 100%. Alas, that's true. If not for the instructions of a certain higher-up in the Immortal Alliance, how could he, a mere Golden Core stage cultivator, be so bold? The key is which higher-up in the Immortal Alliance, this guy didn't say it clearly. That's why this is 100% true. If he said the name of the Alliance Master or any other random person, I would be suspicious. Since he had already done such a secretive thing, how could he possibly reveal it to the world? If he revealed it, it means that he is guilty and has a guilty conscience. Senior brother Mu is right. If Qiu Feng did not reveal it, we would be less responsible. Even if there is a problem, the Immortal Alliance does not have a rule that forbids Qi refinement stage cultivators from going out. What are we afraid of? Chapter 3160. Hahaha, junior brother, don't worry. Even if the higher-ups know, they won't mention such a small matter. Hee, he's just a Qi refinement kid. Whose little boy isn't naughty? While the two disciples on duty were discussing, Zhang Xiaohua had already arrived at the entrance of the Demon Resistance Valley under Qiu Feng's lead. This demon-resisting valley's defensive formation was truly abnormal to the extreme. After passing through so many light barriers, countless waves of energy passed through their bodies. Sometimes, Qiu Feng's token would emit light and catch the waves. Sometimes, the waves would directly sweep through their bodies and then disappear. Zhang Xiaohua didn't need Qiu Feng to explain. She knew that this was definitely the formation checking whether the people who entered the formation were from the demon realm or not. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua pass through so many checks as if nothing had happened, Qiu Feng felt more at ease. As long as Zhang Xiaohua wasn't from the demon realm, everything else would be fine. Suddenly, Qiu Feng asked, "Martial niece, how are you related to the Alliance Master?" This. Zhang Xiaohua was startled. She recalled Feng Shu's instructions and only smiled without saying anything. Ah, look at me. I forgot again. Qiu Feng slapped his forehead as he came to his senses. Then, Qiu Feng didn't say anything else. After sending Zhang Xiaohua out of the valley, a light flashed, and they appeared on top of a tall mountain. He cupped his hands and said, "Martial niece. I can only send you here. If you have time in the future, let's meet at the Alliance Master's Qingwan Peak." "Huh, okay. Thank you for sending me out, Martial Uncle Qiu. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely thank you." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and bowed. "Okay, you can go now. Qingwan Peak is in the east. Don't go the wrong way." Qiu Feng smiled and patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder. Then, he said inexplicably, "However, Martial nephew, you'd better take care of yourself and deal with the current situation first." After saying that, he didn't explain. He urged the flying sword under his feet and rushed into the defensive formation of the demon-resisting valley. That. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She opened her mouth, but before she could say anything, Qiu Feng flew away. "What are you saying? What a strange thing." Zhang Xiaohua scratched her bald head in confusion. There, it's this young senior. Just now, a sword light came out from the demon-resisting valley. It's in this direction. There's no one else around. Isn't it him? Quick, ask Senior if he has anything good. Just now, the sword light returned. Could it be for this Senior? Before Zhang Xiaohua could come back to his senses, a group of cultivators in strange clothes surrounded Zhang Xiaohua. There were old and young, handsome and ugly, and there were both men and women. Their bodies were shining with all kinds of brilliance. They were all dressed in strange clothes. There were both men and women. Zhang Xiaohua looked around in horror. She didn't know what to do. That. Seniors. Why are you doing this? Zhang Xiaohua had learned her lesson. Since she couldn't check other people's cultivation, she could only call them seniors. As expected, everyone was stunned when they heard her call them seniors. When they checked Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation, they were even more confused. A white-haired old woman who was closest to Zhang Xiaohua asked with a dragon-headed walking stick in her hand, "Senior. You've already left the demon-resisting valley. There's no need to hide your cultivation, right? Senior?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at the old woman who was definitely in her 70s or 80s. She touched her nose and said, I'm really only in the Qi refining stage. There's no need to hide it." "Brat, what are you doing?" How dare you tease your grandpa for no reason? A few of them started to curse. Many of them shook their heads slightly and turned around to ride their sword lights away. Seeing that almost everyone had left, the white-haired old woman smiled and said, "Young man, what's your name? Which sect are you from?" Zhang Xiaohua rolled his eyes and cupped his hands. "I'm Wu Ming, a disciple of Su Yan faction." "How should I address you, senior?" "Oh, so you're a disciple of Su Yan faction?" The old woman said with a kind face, "I'm Fairy Fei Ying of Nanming faction. I have some friendship with Master Zhu Qinghe of Su Yan faction." "Fairy?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at the wrinkled Fairy Fei Ying and thought to himself, it's better to call her mistress. However, his heart immediately froze. "Abbess? Could it be that I know a nun?" "Nephew Wu Ming. You're so young, but you've already reached the late stage of the qi refining stage. You can be considered one of the best among the younger disciples of Su Yan faction. Why haven't I heard Master Zhu mention you before?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, his heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, this is bad. Just now in the Imperial Demon Valley, he felt that Master Feng was casually ordering Qiu Feng around. She even mentioned giving pointers and mentioned Su Yan faction. He thought Su Yan faction was just a small faction, and no one would know that he could pretend to be one. He didn't expect to run into someone who knew Su Yan faction as soon as he left the Imperial Demon Valley. How could Zhang Xiaohua endure this? Zhang Xiaohua panicked at first, but then he calmed down. He rolled his eyes slightly and said with a smile, "Su Yan faction has many excellent disciples, and I'm just one of them. How can I enter Senior Zhu's eyes? Maybe I'll attract Senior Zhu's attention when I've reached a higher level. Don't you think so?" Fairy Fei Ying's face was slightly red. Zhang Xiaohua's words were unintentional, but she had heard it intentionally. She thought that Zhang Xiaohua was mocking her for inquiring about the situation of Su Yan faction without permission. She was a little angry, but then she changed the topic and asked, "Great Master Wu, why are you not staying in Zhongshu Mountain, but coming to Demon-Resisting Valley? Why did you come out of the Imperial Demon Valley? Zhongshu Mountain is where Su Yan faction is located." Zhang Xiaohua muttered in his heart, but he said, "I've stayed in the mountain for a long time, so I came out to wander around. Now, I'm going back soon." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and cupped his hands, saying, "Senior, I have to go back quickly. If I delay for too long, I'm afraid I'll be punished by my master." Before Fairy Fei Ying could speak, a gray-haired old man next to her frowned and shouted, "Wu Ming, Fairy Fei Ying is asking you a question. Why can't you answer properly? If we weren't in the territory of the Imperial Demon Valley, I'd definitely punish you." Zhang Xiaohua sighed and spread his hands, saying, "Alas, senior, what's there to say? I just wanted to sneak into the Imperial Demon Valley to take a look. But I didn't expect that I would be discovered by the seniors of my faction just as I entered, and even before I entered the big formation. And it's a good thing that we're familiar with each other from the same sect, so we can be considered acquaintances. That's why they let me off. Tell me, senior, this Imperial Devil Valley, why is it that only Jindan stage cultivators can enter? Why can't qi refining and foundation building cultivators go in?" As he spoke, Zhang Xiaohua peeked at these people's reactions. He only heard Feng Shu and Qiu Feng mention spirit forming, golden core, and qi refining. He didn't know what other realms there were. Although he didn't know why he knew that foundation building was higher than qi refining, he just said it casually and felt nervous. That's right. Marshal Ni Shao is right. The rule of the Immortal Alliance is too overbearing. Before the demon realm attacked, we were not allowed to enter. Since the gate of the demon realm has been closed and their golden core cultivators can enter, why can't we foundation building cultivators enter? We can only wait outside the Imperial Demon Valley and see if there are any good opportunities. Zhang Xiaohua was very curious. After thinking for a while, he couldn't help but ask, "Senior, are there any good opportunities these days?" "Not at all, the Demon Gate has just been closed. The Golden Core cultivators have just entered the Imperial Demon Valley for a few days. Although some daring disciples sneaked out, they didn't bring many things out. There are so many low-level disciples outside the Imperial Demon Valley. How can I fight them? If there are some benefits, I will have to wait for a few more days. Zhang Xiaohua understood a little and said with a smile, there have been some movements these days. Won't there be more in a few more days? When most of the Golden Core cultivators come out of the valley, won't there be more things? Alas, that's true, but many of the rare materials of the demon realm, many damaged magic weapons and other things, have been handed over to the Immortal Alliance by the Golden Core cultivators, or kept in their own sections. The things that can be circulated are already some defective ones. The old man sighed and said with some envy, you are so lucky. As soon as you entered, you met the elders of our sect. Not to mention that you escaped with your life, which is 100 times better than those who lost their lives before. In the future, your elders. If they get any treasures, you can be considered to be in a favorable position. Zhang Xiaohua listened and secretly thought, it turns out that there were bold disciples who sneaked into the Imperial Demon Valley before. However, the array of the Imperial Demon Valley is so powerful. How can the foundation building cultivators go in without a token? It would be strange if they didn't lose their lives. But, come to think of it, how did I get in there myself? Why don't I remember at all? Just as she was thinking, Fairy Fei Ying said, Master Wu, are you still going to wait here? No, Fairy, you can wait here. With the elders here, how can I have a chance? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and declined. Oh. I see. Fairy Fei Ying heard and smiled. If you are going to wait here, then I will go to Jianghu City to take a look. Since Master Wu wants to return to Zhongshu Mountain and needs to use the transportation array of Jianghu City, why don't we go together? With me bringing you along, it will be faster. I-oh. Zhang Xiaohua groaned inwardly when he heard that. He didn't want to be with them. He just wanted to quickly find a place and find some people to figure out where he was and where he came from. Then, he could make plans. Fairy Fei Ying followed her all the way, and she might expose herself. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but regret. Why did she try to be smart? Why did she acknowledge Su Yan faction as her sect? But, if she didn't acknowledge a sect, how could she do it? Fortunately, there weren't any disciples of Su Yan faction outside the Imperial Demon Valley. If she acknowledged someone else, wouldn't she be exposed long ago? Zhang Xiaohua was in a dilemma. Chapter 3161. Xiaohua thought for a moment and quickly bowed. I don't dare to delay Fairy's journey. I'll go on my own and gain experience along the way. Experience? Fairy Fei Ying smiled. You're alone. What experience? Even if you're killed by others, your sect's seniors won't know. You'd better hurry back to Zhongshu Mountain and meet up with your senior and junior brothers. You can come back for experience next time. Hearing Fairy Fei Ying's words, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how to answer. Knowing that she wasn't lying, she could only nod. Then. I'll have to trouble Senior. Hee, it's fine. It's on the way anyway. As Fairy Fei Ying spoke, she waved her hand, and a flying shuttle stopped in front of Zhang Xiaohua with a flash of light. Get on. Fairy Fei Ying pointed at the spacious flying shuttle and said with a smile, although my flying shuttle is broken, it can still be used. It's much better than flying talismans like the double flying talisman. I'll do as you say. Thank you, Senior. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and was about to get on the flying shuttle. Oh, right. Fairy mentioned Jianghu City. I have some matters to attend to. How about we go together? That white-haired old man slapped his forehead and said, I've heard that Fairy obtained a broken flying talisman during the auction in Jianghu City. It's really rare. Why don't I take a look at it today? Ganqinggu, you. What do you mean? Fairy Fei Ying's expression changed slightly. Nothing. Fairy, isn't my disciple in Jinghua City? I've been here for a long time and haven't seen him. Isn't it just right to ride on Fairy's flying shuttle? Ganxinggu looked innocent and shook his head. If Fairy doesn't welcome me, then I'll have to go by myself. Hee, that's right. Jinghua City isn't demon-resisting valley. There's no rule about who can and can't go there. We also have matters to attend to and would like to accompany Fairy. If Fairy doesn't want to, then we'll go with Brother Gon. The remaining 3 people also said with a smile. Fairy Fei Ying's expression changed a few times, but she didn't say anything. She jumped onto the shuttle and laughed. There are so many of you. How can my shuttle fit all of you? You'd better think of your own ways. As he spoke, he patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder and said, Great Teacher Wu, stand firm. Zhang Xiaohua's heart jumped. Without waiting for him to speak, the flying shuttle suddenly moved and soared into the sky. Although Zhang Xiaohua had already prepared himself, but still, he was almost thrown off the flying shuttle. Great Teacher Nephew Wu, be careful. This flying magic treasure is not like a normal flying talisman. Also, my flying shuttle is a bit damaged. Fairy Fei Ying reminded him absent-mindedly. Then, she scanned the area behind her with her divine sense. Her expression became ugly as she whispered, These people are really boring. As she spoke, she channeled her spiritual energy. The flying shuttle suddenly sped up and flew forward quickly. In just a few moments, the flying shuttle was already high up in the sky. Its speed was extremely fast, and the wind in the sky was getting stronger and stronger. Just as Zhang Xiaohua's mouth and nose were filled with wind and he was about to react, Fairy Fei Ying formed a hand seal and hit the flying shuttle. A soft pink barrier rose up around the flying shuttle, enveloping the 2 of them. The sound of the wind was almost inaudible. After flying for half a day, the sun gradually set in the west. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to casually talk to Fairy Fei Ying, and Fairy Fei Ying seemed to hate Ganxinggu and the others. She kept looking back and speeding up the flying shuttle, so the 2 of them didn't speak for the entire journey. However, during this time, Zhang Xiaohua only felt that there were dense forests and countless mountain ranges under her feet. She didn't see any cities or the like. She couldn't help but feel a bit strange. This flying shuttle was extremely fast. Shouldn't it have traveled for more than 1,000 miles? Why hadn't they reached Jinghua City yet? Zhang Xiaohua held this question for a long time. When the sky turned dark, she couldn't help but ask, Senior, your flying shuttle is really fast. This is the first time I'm sitting on such a fast flying shuttle. I wonder if we can reach Jinghua City before nightfall. Before nightfall? Fairy Fei Ying had a strange expression on her face. She shook her head and said, Great Teacher Nephew Wu, have you never been to Jinghua City before? Zhang Xiaohua said honestly, I've flown by in the sky. I don't have much of an impression of Jinghua City. I was wondering. Fairy Fei Ying looked back and said, Jinghua City is more than 10,000 miles away from here. Although my flying shuttle is fast, we can only reach it tomorrow afternoon. Ah! Zhang Xiaohua almost exclaimed. It was just a city. How could it be so far away? Bad. Before Zhang Xiaohua could ask again, Fairy Fei Ying's face was filled with anger. When Zhang Xiaohua looked back, she saw a faint red radiance appear behind the flying shuttle. It was chasing after the flying shuttle at high speed. Fairy Fei Ying gritted her teeth secretly. The spiritual power under her feet surged even more fiercely. Zhang Xiaohua only felt the flying shuttle under her feet shake. It seemed to have sped up a bit. After a while, the radiance behind them got closer and closer. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, These people, why are they chasing so fast? Senior, why don't we wait for them? Fairy Fei Ying snorted coldly and didn't answer. She looked back and took out something from her waist. She threw it in front of the flying shuttle and made a hand seal. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt her body become light, as if she was about to float. The flying shuttle suddenly sank. The thing that Fairy Fei Ying threw out just now was like the radiance emitted by the flying shuttle. It flew straight in the direction of the flying shuttle. Not long after, a few whoosh whoosh sounds could be heard. A few radiances flew over Zhang Xiaohua's head without even looking down. When the radiances were far away, Fairy Fei Ying didn't say anything. She surged her spiritual power and the flying shuttle slanted and flew in another direction. Io, Senior, didn't we agree to go to Jianghu City? Zhang Xiaohua didn't know where Jianghu City was exactly, but she had a bad feeling in her heart. Hee, Great Master Wu, I'm a little tired. Why don't we rest for a while before going? Fairy Fei Ying looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a polite attitude. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head. Please forgive me, Senior. I've been out for a long time. I don't dare to delay any longer. If Senior doesn't have time, I can go by myself. Maybe I'll meet those seniors just now. They can even give me a ride. Ha ha ha, let them give you a ride? Fairy Fei Ying laughed so hard that she almost bent over. Then, she suddenly stopped laughing and looked into the distance. She asked curiously, They? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. Just as he was about to turn around to look, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. He moved his feet and used an extremely beautiful movement skill. With a whoosh sound, a red brilliance flew close to his waist and barely passed by him. What kind of movement technique is that? Fairy Fei Ying asked in surprise. What are you doing? Zhang Xiaohua looked up and saw nothing but darkness. She immediately understood. She turned around and said angrily, Senior, is this a sneak attack? Sneak attack? Ha ha ha. Fairy Fei Ying sneered. You're just a Qi Refinement Junior. Do you think you're worthy of being sneak attacked by me? Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. He released his divine sense to prevent Fairy Fei Ying from doing anything else. Then, he looked at the faint radiance on the flying shuttle and complained in his heart. Although he didn't know what was going on here, looking at the radiance that covered him, how could he not know that this thing was very difficult to deal with? After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, Senior. Aren't you and the master of my sect? Before Zhang Xiaohua could finish, Fairy Fei Ying laughed and said, I know Zhu Qinghe, but Zhu Qinghe doesn't know me. Don't you think we're old acquaintances? Zhang Xiaohua felt bitter in his mouth, but he still smiled and said, Then. Senior, are you misunderstanding me? I just went to the demon-resisting valley. I don't have a single cent on me. Senior. Are you looking for the wrong person? Hee, young man, you're not telling the truth. Fairy Fei Ying saw this and pointed at the flying shuttle. The radiance on the flying shuttle gradually dimmed. She said, You're really an idiot. How can you casually get on someone else's flying shuttle? Especially someone with a higher cultivation level than you? You really are a first-time disciple of Su Yan faction. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's gloomy face, Fairy Fei Ying's benevolent face also showed a sinister smile. Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Quickly throw your storage ring over and let me see. If there's anything I like, I'll kill you and send you into the 6 realms of reincarnation. If there's nothing, don't blame me for being ruthless and pulling out your soul so that you can't reincarnate. You. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Fairy Fei Ying's benevolent face half a day ago. His heart was cold. Only now did he know what the reason was. It was because of the storage ring he put on his finger. This thing. He didn't have any impression of it. Of course, he didn't know how precious it was. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes narrowed as he tried to think of a way to escape. I'll let you know, Fairy. This storage ring was bestowed by our sect, this time. There's nothing good inside. If Fairy wants this storage ring, I'll give it to you. However, I hope that Fairy will be magnanimous and spare my life. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes narrowed as he thought of a way to escape. Ha ha ha, you're still not being honest at this time? The sinister look on Fairy Fei Ying's face disappeared. She regained her benevolent smile and said, A storage ring is so precious. I've never seen one before. How many does your Su Yen faction have? How could they give it to a little chi refining cultivator like you? Do I still need to tell you the origin of this storage ring? Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. He raised his hand and took the storage ring. He said, Senior, are you sure you got this from the demon-resisting valley? Do you still need to ask? It's not just me. Didn't those old things who were chasing us see your storage ring? If it weren't for you, would they ignore the demon-resisting valley and follow you to Jianghu City? Fairy Fei Ying said. She waved her hand and a suction force pulled the storage ring in Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Chapter 3162. Could it be, if Changxing Academy loses, you'll also have to leave Changxing Town? Daoist Xiao looked at the scholar, then looked at the fat white monk next to him and asked with a sneer. Principal Zhu shook his head with a smile. This bed is between Jiangchao Temple and Shaojin Temple. It has nothing to do with Changxing Academy. Of course, if Jiangchao Temple doesn't agree, then just pretend I didn't say anything. Daoist Xiao was very hesitant. Changxing Academy was different from Shaojin Temple. It didn't have any direct conflict with Jiangchao Temple. Many scholars even greeted Daoist Xiao politely when they saw him. Some young scholars even went to Jiangchao Temple when they were watching the tide from the riverside. Daoist Xiao also knew that Principal Zhu was called Zhu Junfeng. He was very famous in Changxing Town. Not only were there the heirs of big families in Changxing Town in the academy, there were also the heirs of ordinary people. Many students within a radius of several hundred li also came to the academy to study. Although he hadn't seen Zhu Junfeng before, his name was like thunder to his ears. With Zhu Junfeng's participation, he definitely wouldn't be at a disadvantage in the challenge against Shaojin Temple. But the problem was that the Changxing Academy was a real academy and a real Confucian cultivator. Not only was it more powerful than the Daoist school, which pretended to be a sheep's head and dog's meat, but even the Shaojin Temple couldn't be compared to it. If he played along with these two schools, wouldn't he become the laughing stock of the immortal and Buddha ceremony? However, thinking about Shaojin Temple's monk Ming Yu's confidence and the surrounding people's gazes, Daoist Xiao braced himself and said with a fake smile, Changxing Town is originally Changxing Academy and Shaojin Temple's Changxing Town. My Jiangchao Temple is just an outsider. Since Changxing Academy wants to hold an immortal and Buddhist ceremony with Shaojin Temple, why ask Jiangchao Temple? Does that mean Daoist Xiao agrees? Monk Mingyu was a bit unhappy at first, but after listening for a while, he changed to a smile and asked. Does it make a difference whether I agree or not? Daoist Xiao rolled his eyes in annoyance. He looked at Xiao Hua and Yuanya behind him and said, however, the rules of this challenge need to be set by Jiangchao Temple. Daoist Xiao is overstepping. Zhu Junfeng was still indifferent. The feather fan in his hand flickered a few times as he said, the challenge was issued by the River Tide Temple. The time and location were proposed by the Little Gold Temple. The rules of this challenge will naturally be set by my Longevity Academy. My Jiangchao Temple only has 3 people. I'll leave it up to you. Daoist Master Xiao had no choice but to point out the crux of the matter. Don't worry, Daoist Master Xiao. The Longevity Academy will definitely take this into consideration. Zhu Junfeng nodded and replied. Principal Zhu is famous for his impartiality in handling matters. With Longevity Academy setting the rules, my Little Gold Temple is completely at ease. Monk Bright Joy agreed with a radiant smile. No. Hearing Zen Master Ming Yu's agreement, Daoist Master Xiao could not take it anymore. He shook his head vigorously. The ones making the bet are my River Tide Temple and Small Gold Temple. Changxing Academy isn't even betting. Why do we have to let Changxing Academy set the rules? When Zhu Junfeng heard Daoist Master Xiao mention betting, he couldn't help but frown. He closed the fan in his hand and said, if that's the case, then the rules. I'll have to trouble the River Tide Temple. All right. Zen Master Mingyu seemed to have a well-thought-out plan. Hearing Zhu Junfeng's agreement, he did not raise any objections and only nodded in agreement. Seeing that the matter was settled, Zhu Junfeng cupped his hands and said, I'll take my leave first. See you at Small Gold Temple in 10 days. After saying that, Zhu Junfeng cupped his hands again and turned around to leave. Zen Master Mingyu blinked his eyes. Half of the joy from before had disappeared. He turned to look at his 2 junior brothers behind him. The 3 of them nodded slightly. Then, without saying goodbye to Daoist Master Xiao, they turned around and returned to Small Gold Temple. It seemed like they attached great importance to this challenge. They didn't even bother with fishing people out and focused all their energy on this matter. After the Buddhist and Confucian disciples left, the villagers of Longevity Town naturally dispersed as well. However, their faces were filled with excitement as they discussed in low voices. Obviously, in less than an hour, everyone in Longevity Town would know about the challenge in 10 days. The only one who was depressed was Daoist Master Xiao. Phew. Seeing that the crowd had dispersed, he let out a long sigh and sat down on a chair. He stared at the ground in a daze. There were dozens of ants that had been trampled to death by the crowd. Looking at the position, it seemed to be where Zen Master Mingyu and the other monks of Small Gold Temple were standing. After the time it took to finish a meal, Daoist Master Xiao finally straightened up. He looked around at the empty surroundings and snorted coldly. He flung his Daoist robe and said, Yeah, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and put these things away. Yes, Master. Yuanya replied. He walked forward and placed the chair on the table. He picked it up with one hand and quickly walked away. It seemed like he was going to return the table and chair. Xiao Hua. Seeing that Yuanya had left, Daoist Master Xiao probed, Can you beat Yuanya? Maybe. Xiao Hua did not deny it. I've never fought with him before, so I'm not too sure. Can you participate in the challenge 10 days later? If you participate, I can consider letting you stay by my side. It can be considered. Daoist Master Xiao wanted to say something but stopped. He seemed to be probing. He knew that if Xiao Hua could beat Yuanya, and if Xiao Hua did not want to participate, he could not do anything to Xiao Hua. But if Xiao Hua could not beat Yuanya, what was the use of Xiao Hua participating? Moreover, he saw that Xiao Hua had returned, which basically confirmed his guess. However, he was not willing to shed all pretense of cordiality until the last moment. When Xiao Hua heard this, he could not help but smile. He knew that Daoist Master Xiao was suspecting his origin again, so he shook his head slightly and said, I'm not a disciple of Jianghu Temple. Why would I participate in the challenge between Jianghu Temple and Small Gold Temple? This has nothing to do with staying by Daoist Master Zhao's side, right? Keep pretending, keep pretending. Daoist Master Xiao laughed in his heart and secretly said, Since you want to pretend, I'll pretend with you. Anyway, I still need your help. If you can lend this old man a helping hand, then this old man will play with you. Daoist Master Xiao. Now, it's no longer about the grudge between Jianghu Temple and Small Gold Temple. Since Daoist Master Xiao had decided, his face became serious and said very seriously, It's about the grudge between my Daoist sect and Buddhist sect. Even mentioning the immortal Buddha ceremony that happens once every 10 years, it's about the grudge between Daoist sect, Buddhist sect, and Confucian sect. As a disciple of my Daoist sect, how can you not participate? Moreover, my Jianghu Temple's challenge was defeated. I and Yuanya will have to leave Longevity Town. Could it be that fellow Daoist Xiao also wants to leave with us? Who said that I'm a Daoist sect disciple? Xiao Hua smiled, touched his nose and said, It seems like someone said that I'm not worthy to call myself fellow Daoist. Forget it. You can participate or not. Daoist Master Xiao suddenly lost his patience, waved his hand and said, Your meridians are naturally blocked, you're basically unable to cultivate. Just relying on your fists and feet, even if you can defeat Yuanya, you're still not a match for the true experts of Buddhist sect and Confucian sect. Moreover, looking at that monk Ming Yu's meaning, 3 days later, their Buddhist sect should send an expert to Small Gold Temple. Otherwise, how would he dare to challenge Yuanya? What's the immortal Buddha ceremony? What's the matter with naturally blocked meridians? How do you know? Xiao Hua asked several whys in a row. How do I know? Daoist Master Xiao looked up and down at Xiao Hua and said in a low voice, a straightforward person doesn't speak insinuations. You don't know how I know? Why do I need to know? How do you know? Xiao Hua touched his nose and said with interest, how do I need to know? How do you know? You. Daoist Master Xiao clenched his teeth. It seems like he's also prepared to pretend to the end with Xiao Hua. A trace of pride even appeared on his face. My Daoist sex techniques are boundless. Finding out that your meridians are blocked is really easy. It's a pity that you don't cultivate Daoist techniques. You'll never understand in this lifetime. As for the immortal Buddha ceremony. Immediately, Daoist Master Xiao controlled his temper and briefly explained the immortal Buddha ceremony. It was vaguely similar to what Zhu Junfeng said. In ancient times, after the Buddhist sect and Confucian sect joined forces to exterminate the Daoist sect, in order to commemorate the alliance of the two sects, they agreed to hold a ceremony every 10 years. This immortal Buddha ceremony was considered lively many years ago. Confucian sect and Buddhist sect often used this as an opportunity to exchange pointers and cultivate, and even held hundreds of activities to strangle the Daoist sect. But later on, as the Daoist sect disciples disappeared, it gradually became deserted. Longevity Town was a small town in the country of Shi. If Zhu Junfeng didn't specifically mention it, who would have thought that 10 days later would be the day of the immortal Buddha ceremony that was held once every 10 years? After Daoist Master Xiao finished speaking, Yuanya also returned. Let's go. Daoist Master Xiao was very dull, as if this conversation with Xiao Hua had completely worn out his patience. He swung his Daoist robe and said, I'll go back and discuss it. But after waiting for Daoist Master Xiao to take 2 steps, Yuanya reminded in a low voice, Master, the rice and noodles in the temple. I'm afraid there's not enough, this disciple has to go buy some. You go and put some on credit. Daoist Master Xiao very naturally ordered, but when he saw Yuanya's awkward expression and his feet that hadn't moved, he helplessly took out a few copper coins from his sleeve and threw them to Yuanya, saying, I only have these copper coins, you go, first deal with tomorrow. Yes, Master. Yuanya took the copper coins and turned to leave. I'll go. Xiao Hua hurriedly called out to Yuanya, you've already put them on credit many times, I'm afraid you don't have any face. You wait here for a moment, I'll go and try. All right. Daoist Xiao nodded his head and signaled Yuanya to give the copper coins to Xiao Hua. When Yuanya gave the copper coins to Xiao Hua, he unexpectedly took out a cloth bag from his sleeve. Obviously, he had already prepared to go to the rice noodle shop today. Xiao Hua naturally didn't need the two to wait for long. In just a moment he came back with a small bag of rice. So much? Looking at the small amount of rice, Daoist Master Xiao was a little surprised. Looking at his face and then at Yuanya, puzzled, he said, you don't look as handsome as Yuanya, do you? It's not that this Zhao's face is big. Xiao Hua laughed, it's that Daoist Master Zhao's face is big. This Xiao went over and gave the copper coins, saying that Daoist Master Xiao would challenge Shaojin Temple and Chongqing Academy in 10 days. The rice and noodles shop owner's eyes immediately lit up, and she didn't want this Zhao's copper coins no matter what. She even gave the rice that was just delivered from outside the town to Daoist Master Xiao, clearly saying that she didn't want half a copper coin. Chapter 3163. Zhang Xiaohua clenched her fists and said with a smile, Fairy, if you can release this junior from the flying shuttle now, this junior will give this ring to you. Hee, are you trying to negotiate with me? Fairy Feiying sneered. From the moment you stepped onto this flying shuttle, you no longer have the right to bargain. If it weren't for Gan Xinggu messing things up, would have already made my move. Quick, hand over that ring. Fairy Feiying seemed to have lost her patience. She released her aura, and a strong pressure was emitted from her body, pressing down on Zhang Xiaohua. At the same time, Fairy Feiying pointed with her hand, and several rays of light rose from the edge of the flying shuttle and shot toward Zhang Xiaohua. That formless aura was like a mountain, and it pressed down on Zhang Xiaohua until she couldn't breathe. Although she didn't fall down, she had no time to deal with the rays of light around her. Left with no choice, Zhang Xiaohua flung her hand, and the storage ring flew toward Fairy Fei Ying. Seeing this, Fairy Fei Ying's face lit up with joy. She waved her hand, and the storage ring seemed to be pulled by a thin string and was about to be thrown toward Fairy Fei Ying's hand. However, at this moment, there was a series of loud rumbling sounds. The light shield on the flying shuttle shook violently, and Zhang Xiaohua and Fairy Fei Ying's bodies shook violently. With a loud bang, the light shield on the flying shuttle burst like a bubble, and the whistling night wind immediately blew onto Zhang Xiaohua's bald head. At the same time that the light shield of the flying shuttle burst, several strong pulling forces hit the storage ring, and immediately stopped it from flying toward Fairy Fei Ying. Zhang Xiaohua looked up and saw Jianghu and the other three standing around the flying shuttle. They were standing on rays of light and looking at Fairy Fei Ying mockingly. "You!" Fairy Fei Ying panicked. She didn't care about the flying shuttle anymore, and her body flashed, and she reached for the storage ring that was very close to her. "How dare you!" Jianghu shouted and pointed his finger. An item that looked like a hammer smashed toward Fairy Fei Ying like a meteor, making a piercing sound as it flew through the air. From the looks of it, if Fairy Fei Ying were to take the storage ring, the hammer would definitely severely injure her. Fairy Fei Ying was helpless. She stopped and patted her waist, and a green ray of light flew out. When it was in the air, the light scattered and turned into a petal, blocking the hammer. Before the flower petals could block the hammer, an orange-red ring with flickering flames flew toward Fairy Fei Ying's back. Fellow Daoists. Seeing this, Fairy Fei Ying's expression changed slightly, and she didn't dare to get close to the storage ring. She retreated far away and barely dodged the flaming ring. She said loudly, "Let's talk things over. I know I was wrong. This storage ring, how about, the five of us share it equally?" "Haha. You old beggar. I hinted to you earlier, yet you ignored me and even used a pretense to trick me. If it wasn't for fellow Daoist Kuang noticing and us rushing back in time, wouldn't you have already taken the storage ring for yourself? Now that you see how powerful we are, you are begging for mercy? Don't you think it's too late?" Fairy Fei Ying smiled apologetically. "I was blinded by greed. Please forgive me, fellow Daoists. We put ourselves in each other's shoes. This storage ring is too attractive. Just as Fairy Fei Ying was explaining, she suddenly screamed and fell from the flying shuttle. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He looked over and saw an extremely small bug with a pale yellow glow crawling out of Fairy Fei Ying's forehead. It spread its wings and flew toward a tall and thin elder beside Jianghu. Fairy Fei Ying's eyes widened in shock. She looked over and saw an extremely small bug with a pale yellow glow crawling out of her forehead. "Ha ha ha, fellow Daoist Feng is indeed powerful. Is your brain corrosion be already at the 4th stage? Even that old beggar Fei Ying's protective true qi couldn't block it?" No. Fei Ying only forgot to release her protective true qi when she was in the flying shuttle. We attacked the moment we arrived, so she reacted quickly and didn't have time. If I didn't make a move, she might not have a chance when she remembered later. The elder with the surname Feng said proudly, "Besides, isn't this the only thing my spirit husbandry sect can take out? Without this little thing, how would I dare to speak in front of fellow Daoist?" Without Fairy Fei Ying's control, the flying shuttle didn't immediately fall from the sky. It only floated in the air and stopped at Zhang Xiaohua's feet. And because Fairy Fei Ying was no longer fighting for the storage ring, it actually gradually flew toward Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. The storage ring only gradually stopped when it was in front of Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. The force on the ring suddenly disappeared. Zhang Xiaohua looked up at the 4 people outside the flying shuttle and sighed in her heart. She stretched out her hand and still grabbed the storage ring. She then cupped her hands and said, "Seniors, this ring, this junior doesn't want it anymore. Please, spare this junior's life. Do you think it's possible? Gan Qinggu sneered. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, then, all right, since that's the case. As she said that, Zhang Xiaohua looked around and said, I wonder which senior should I give this ring to? The things in this ring don't seem to be enough. Hearing that, Gan Qinggu's expression changed slightly. He looked up at the three people not far away and retreated a little. He circulated all his magic power and protected his body with his true qi. Then, as if he was still worried, he patted his waist and a small round plate flew out. It emitted a green light and protected his body again. Not only him, but fellow Daoist Feng and the other two people were also like Gan Qinggu. They didn't believe it at all and also protected themselves very tightly. When the brilliance of the disc protected him, Gan Qinggu sneered and said, little guy, your method of sowing discord seems to be too poor. We have already made things clear along the way. The things in the storage ring should be divided into 4 parts. If there is a single item, whoever wants it must compensate the others with spirit stones of the corresponding value. Gan Qinggu sneered. You are right. Don't you think so? Fellow Daoists? Fellow Daoist Feng is right. Fellow Daoist Feng, take out the things in the ring one by one. A slightly fat old man sneered. The things in the ring can of course be divided. How about this, I'll give you all the things in the ring. This ring? It's not easy to divide it. Can't you let me keep it? Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said innocently. Hearing this, although it was night time, Zhang Xiaohua could feel that the expressions of the 4 people changed greatly. She now knew the value of the storage ring. She knew that the value of the ring itself was much higher than the things in the ring, so she deliberately mentioned it. Unfortunately, the 4 people seemed to have already discussed it on the way here. At this time, they were transmitting a message to each other, saying something that Zhang Xiaohua didn't know. Immediately, everyone's expressions relaxed. Fellow Daoist Feng laughed and said, you little fellow, you're really sharp-tongued. No wonder you have such a cultivation at such a young age. If it was in normal times, wouldn't I love you? But, at this time, I'm the knife and you're the fish. Even if you have a glib tongue, what can you do? Zhang Xiaohua's face was pale. She waved her hand and threw the storage ring to fellow Daoist Feng, saying, in that case, I'll give this ring to you, senior. Fellow Daoist Feng was pleasantly surprised to see the storage ring flying over, but at the same time, he secretly cursed in his heart. Sure enough, as the ring flew over, Gan Qinggu and the others also looked over. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, his figure flashed, and he jumped down from the flying shuttle. His figure flashed, and he flew into the distance. Unfortunately, before she could fly 30 feet, her body and the flying shuttle were blocked by an invisible barrier. Although the barrier wasn't abnormally hard, it still made Zhang Xiaohua dizzy. Then, a ray of light flashed, and something that looked like a fishing net appeared in the night sky. It covered Zhang Xiaohua's head, and he could not move at all. The fishing net wrapped around Zhang Xiaohua and flew up into the sky. It only stopped when it reached the location of the shuttle. Gan Qinggu and the other 3 originally took out their magic tools to attack fellow Daoist Kuang. However, Zhang Xiaohua's escape alerted everyone. Fellow Daoist Kuang quickly flew up into the sky and pointed his finger. A faint light flashed and hit the storage ring flying towards him. The ring stopped in midair. Then, he waved his hand again. The fishing net that caught Zhang Xiaohua flashed and flew to the side of the ring and stopped. Fellow Daoists, don't worry. Fellow Daoist Feng immediately shouted, don't try to sow discord. This ring, I won't touch it. This sentence was shouted at the right time. When Gan Qinggu and the others saw this, their minds moved slightly and they all took back their magic tools that flew out. However, they kept some distance from the ring and didn't really take it back. How about this, everyone? We won't take this ring. We'll only let this little guy take out the things in it. We'll divide these things first and then carefully discuss the ownership of the ring. What do you think? Fellow Daoist Feng saw that he had become the target of public criticism, so he didn't dare to be careless and suggested. Gan Xinggu thought for a moment and looked at the several people in the distance. After discussing for a while, they all nodded in agreement. Unfortunately, even though they agreed, Zhang Xiaohua disagreed. Zhang Xiaohua snorted coldly, "I've already given this ring to you. It has nothing to do with me who takes it. I'm already a bird in a cage. I can't even fly. Who has the patience to do these things?" Hee hee. Fellow Daoist Feng heard this and sneered. He pinched a spell and the net-like magic tool tied Zhang Xiaohua tightly. Then, it contracted tightly, as if it was going to absorb Zhang Xiaohua's flesh. Fellow Daoist Feng, who was looking forward to Zhang Xiaohua's painful expression and begging for mercy, was stunned. His magic tool, which had worked repeatedly, was actually wrapped around Zhang Xiaohua's clothes and couldn't be absorbed into her flesh. Fellow Daoist Feng changed his spell again and hit Zhang Xiaohua's body one after another. Unfortunately, no matter how much magic power he used, there seemed to be something strange about Zhang Xiaohua's clothes. The thin rope on the net just couldn't be retracted. Chapter 3164. Hee hee. Even though he knew that Xiaohua was talking nonsense, Daoist Zhao's face was still very happy. He even proudly stroked his beard that he could barely touch. He waved his hand and arrogantly said, "Let's go. We'll go back to Jianghu Temple." When Xiaohua and the others passed by the tea shed, there was no one inside. However, the two people playing chess were still sitting there. Of course, the chessboard was gone, replaced by some wine and dishes. The two people chatted while drinking, full of interest. When they saw Xiao Daoist and the others coming back, they picked up their wine bowls and drank it all. Hee hee, this Xiao Daoist. I'm afraid he thinks I'm with these two people. After listening to Xiao Daoist's probing words today, Xiaohua already understood, but he didn't plan to say anything before Xiao Daoist made it clear to him. After 100 years of secluded cultivation, Xiaohua, who had a lively personality, was a bit impatient. Since he encountered such an interesting matter, why didn't he get involved? "Io, why are there so many people on the mountain path?" Xiaohua looked at the two people, then looked left and right. He naturally looked at the mountain ridge where Jianghu Temple was located and couldn't help but be surprised. He saw that there was not a single person on the mountain path, but now, from the bottom to the top, from the foot of the mountain to Jianghu Temple, there were many people standing. Although it wasn't to the point of being crowded, there were still hundreds of people. "Master, not good." Xiaohua just saw that Yuanya was also panicking. He hurriedly said, "You're in trouble again, someone is chasing us. We can't go back to Jianghu Temple. While they haven't seen Master, let's hurry and leave." "Trouble again?" Xiaohua was surprised, somewhat puzzled. What did he mean by trouble again? Is that so? Xiao Daoist was thinking about the challenge 10 days later, so he didn't notice the people on the mountain ridge. When he heard Yuanya's words, he was naturally shocked and hurriedly raised his head. When he saw the abnormality on the mountain path, he also exclaimed and hurriedly turned around. He said, "Hurry, hurry, don't let them see me." Although Xiaohua didn't understand, he still turned around with the two people. However, after a few hurried steps, Xiao Daoist suddenly stopped. She turned her head back and muttered, "That's not right. Isn't the matter of Song Manor already settled? This old man has already apologized to Old Song. Even their copper coins were returned to them. Why are they still here to cause trouble? What's more, it was the children of their families who came to beg this old man for help. Didn't this old man just follow their wishes and matchmake the two of them? It's not this old man's fault. Master, if he's not from the Song Manor, could it be someone else?" Yuanya reminded him from the side. "In the past few days, you haven't accepted those copper coins from others. That shouldn't be accepted. Let this old man think." Daoist Xiao seemed to be unable to make up his mind. He lowered his head and pondered. After a while, He raised his head firmly and said, "Of course not. This old man has his own principles when it comes to giving advice on marriage. It relied on great magic power." That day, there were some problems with the Song family's 8 characters, but when this old man was calculating the heavenly mysteries, he was able to reverse their incompatibility. Only an ordinary person like old Second Song would not be able to understand the heavenly mysteries. This old man wasted his magic power in vain and did not receive any money. This kind of thankless task, how could this old man do it again and again? This old man definitely did not. Then, Yuanya looked at the people on the distant mountain with some hesitation. He was puzzled and said, "What are these people doing at the Jianghu temple? This time, there seems to be more people than last time. Master, let's not go back. Go to the longevity town and find a place to hide? We don't want it to be the same as last time. They didn't ask for any details and beat you up. This disciple will have to protect Master again." But Daoist Zhao's face was somewhat red and his neck was thick. He argued, "This old man really didn't do anything these past few months. Why don't we just go and take a look?" Xiao Hua laughed at the side. "Last time, Daoist Xiao was afraid that you were in the Jianghu temple and could not escape. This time, you are at the foot of the mountain. If the situation is not right, yes." Daoist Xiao understood. "Yeah, you go and investigate." At this point, Daoist Xiao waved his hand and said, "Forget it, let this old man go. If I let you go, I'm afraid that you won't be able to find out anything." "Yes, Master." Yuanya agreed and obediently followed behind Daoist Xiao. Halfway there, Daoist Xiao was a little hesitant. He even wanted to change his clothes and go forward. Unfortunately, other than his Daoist robe, the 3 people did not have any other clothes in their bags. He could only take off his Daoist hat and go up the mountain with his hair draped over his shoulders. When he caught up with the old man who was walking at the end of the mountain path, Daoist Xiao gathered his courage and bowed. "Immeasurable deity, I am here to greet you. May I ask if you are from the Longevity Town Song Manor?" The old man was originally climbing up the mountain while panting. When he heard the footsteps behind him, before he could turn around, he heard Daoist Zhao's extremely polite greeting. He hurriedly stopped and replied before he could catch his breath, "Greetings, Daoist Xiao. This old farmer is from the Longevity Town's General Ridge, not from the Song Manor." Phew. When he heard that the old man was not from the Song Manor, Daoist Xiao let out a long sigh. He looked at the old man who was gasping for air and asked curiously, "It's already late. What are you doing here in the Jianghu Ridge instead of resting at home?" "Of course I'm here to visit the Jianghu temple." At this time, it was really late. The old man could not see Daoist Zhao's Daoist robe clearly. He smiled and said, "Other than the Jianghu temple, what else is there to see in the Jianghu Ridge?" "Jianghu temple?" Daoist Zhao's expression changed. He asked tentatively, "The Jianghu temple is just a small Daoist temple. What's there to see?" "The Jianghu temple." The old man's face showed a strange expression. It was as if he had just seen Daoist Zhao's Daoist robe clearly. He stopped mid-sentence and asked curiously, "Daoist Xiao? Oh. You're the Daoist Xiao of the Jianghu temple?" "Yes. Yes. I am Daoist Xiao of the Jianghu temple." Daoist Xiao hesitated for a moment and finally had the courage to admit it. "Xiao. Daoist Xiao, you're Daoist Xiao." When the old man heard this, he suddenly shouted, "Fellow villagers, Daoist Xiao of the Jianghu temple is here." No, I'm Daoist Xiao." At this time, Daoist Xiao did not dare to show off in front of Xiao Hua and hastily denied it. But how could the old man listen to him? He was excitedly shouting and waving his arms. Daoist Xiao is here. Quickly. When the people in front heard the 3 words Daoist Xiao, they immediately exploded and turned around. "Let's go." Daoist Xiao made a prompt decision. He did not hesitate at all and turned around to escape. Oh. Daoist Xiao, don't worry. While Daoist Xiao was talking to the old man, Xiaohua had already released his soul sense. When he saw the situation at the Jianghu temple, he smiled and pulled Yuanya in front of Daoist Xiao. He laughed and said, "Look again, it doesn't seem like what you imagined. Quickly go." Daoist Xiao ignored Xiaohua's laughter. "They've already chased after us. What else can there be? In front. Is that Daoist Xiao?" An extremely pleasantly surprised voice came from the mountain path below Xiaohua and the others. "This is bad." Daoist Xiao saw that there were people in front and behind him. His expression changed greatly. How could he tell the surprise in this voice? He hastily waved his hand and said, "No, no, I can't wait, it's him, it's him." Before Daoist Xiao could finish his words, an old voice called out from behind him. "This is Daoist Xiao of the Jianghu temple. This old man saw him in town this afternoon. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? This Jianghu temple is Daoist Xiao." If Xiaohua had used his soul sense to see that everyone who entered the Jianghu temple was piously prostrating themselves in front of the statue, he wouldn't have understood what was going on. But when he saw where this voice came from, Xiaohua immediately understood. Wasn't this Mu Chu Fan the pitiful man who prayed for his wife's life last night? Xiaohua knew about the effects of the Wu Yao pill. But if he hadn't personally checked the woman's pulse last night, Xiaohua wouldn't have been sure that he could save her from death. He didn't even know if the woman who took the Wu Yao pill would immediately die. But when he saw how pitiful Mu Chu Fan was last night, Xiaohua couldn't help but give 30% of the Wu Yao pill to Mu Chu Fan. After all, his wife was already in such a state. Things couldn't get any worse. So when he saw so many people, he really didn't think that it was because of the Wu Yao pill. He also didn't think that the Wu Yao pill's effects would be so obvious. Benevolent Lord. Daoist Xiao took advantage of the twilight to look at Mu Chu Fan, who had already rushed up. He was especially astonished and hurriedly shouted, "You have to look clearly. When did you see I don't have any recollection of it." As he said that, Xiao Daoist winked at Yuanya. It looked like he wanted Yuanya to take him and escape down the mountain from the outside. When Yuanya saw Daoist Xiao's gaze, he immediately understood. It seemed that this wasn't the first time they had cooperated like this. He had already taken a step and was about to jump out of the mountain. However, Mu Chu Fan rolled and crawled to Daoist Xiao's feet. Without waiting for Daoist Xiao to say anything, he knelt down in front of Daoist Xiao with a put-on sound. He kowtowed and shouted, "This little one thanks Daoist Xiao for his great kindness. My wife took the immortal pill bestowed by Daoist Xiao last night and had abdominal pain for the entire night. This little one should have come to Jianghu temple in the afternoon to thank Daoist Xiao for his kindness. But after all, my wife has just recovered and her body is still weak. Moreover, the villagers in General Ridge knew that my wife had narrowly escaped death and all came to see her. Thus, this little one delayed until the evening." As he spoke, Mu Chu Fan hurriedly turned his head and shouted, "My child's mother, hurry up. Daoist Xiao is here." Chapter 3165. What? Daoist Xiao was stunned. He looked at Yuanya, who was already half a step away from the mountain path and was now as stunned as a clay statue. He really didn't understand what Mu Chu Fan meant. However, although he didn't understand the whole story, he was sure that these villagers didn't come to him to bring him bad luck. On the contrary, they came to thank him. When the woman who still looked a little weak and the two children knelt in front of him again, Daoist Xiao finally made up his mind. He calmly went forward and helped the woman up. He smiled and said, "Since you've recovered, don't be in such a hurry to come to Jianghu temple. It's not too late to come back when you're full of qi and blood. Moreover, it's already late today. The Jianghu mountain is very cold and the mountain is very big. You'd better go back quickly. Otherwise, wouldn't the elixir be wasted?" "Yes, yes, I know," the woman said gratefully, if I can't thank Jinren Xiao in person, how can I rest peacefully? When I kneel in front of Jinren Xiao, I'll go back immediately. Huh, you've already done that. You'd better go back quickly, little lady. Daoist Xiao said with a smile. Mu Chufan looked up at the Jianghu temple in the night and whispered to the woman, my wife, this place is still far from Jinren Zhao's statue. Do you want me to carry you up? Daoist Xiao was confused again. At the same time, his face was a little hot. He thought that the Jinren Xiao that Mu Chufan and his wife were talking about was him. Who would have thought that? It was the broken statue in the Jianghu temple. Mu Chufan saw his wife nodding. He used his hand to touch his chest and took out a small silver coin. He handed it to Daoist Xiao and said respectfully, Jinren Xiao, this is a small token of my gratitude. Please accept it. Last night, I saw that Jinren Zhao's statue didn't have any incense or candles. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please prepare incense and candles. You must worship Jinren Zhao's statue for 49 days. Of course, of course. I don't need your reminder. Daoist Xiao immediately replied, I'll go back and prepare now. Kindly Lord and Miss, please come up soon. At that moment, the old man who saw Daoist Xiao the earliest also came to his senses and muttered, so. Little Mu Zi was talking about the statue in the Temple of River and Tide, not this, little Daoist. Yeah, hurry up and go. How could Daoist Xiao care whether he was Daoist Xiao or the clay idol? The silver had already fallen into his hands, so he hurriedly called out, hurry up and light all the incense sticks for Daoist Xiao. But Yuanya was confused. He did not know what Daoist Xiao meant. Yuanya, go light all the incense sticks and candles in the monastery. Xiao Hua hurriedly called out, Mu Shan wants to burn incense for the immortals enshrined in the monastery. Yes, master. Yuanya finally understood. His figure rose from the bushes. His entire body was like a monkey outside the mountain path. He quickly rushed up the Temple of River and Tide. When Xiao Hua accompanied Daoist Xiao back to the Temple of River and Tide through the mountain path made way by the villagers of General Ridge, the entire Temple of River and Tide was already crowded with devout men and women. In the main hall, there were also several anxious kind men and women who had already knelt down in front of the worn-out statue. And on the altar in front of the statue, there were 4 rare thick incense sticks. The flickering light of the incense sticks shone on the worn-out clay idol. It looked very funny. Boundless Taoist master Daoist Xiao stepped into the main hall of the Temple of River and Tide and looked at the situation in the hall. His expression changed unconsciously. He opened his mouth and wanted to blow out 2 of the incense sticks. Looking at the people who had already surrounded the main hall, he endured the pain in his heart and did not dare to do it. However, Daoist Xiao still glared fiercely at Yuanya and pretended to say a few words. Yuanya blinked his eyes and followed Daoist Xiao's gaze to look at the altar that was slightly lit up. He suddenly understood and immediately squeezed out from the crowd. When he came back, he was holding a small wooden box that was 1 foot in size and 2 feet in height. There were 3 big words written on it, Merit Box. Yuanya squeezed through the crowd again with great effort. His vigorous figure in the forest was also somewhat strenuous at this moment. It was probably because the villagers of General Ridge were really passionate. The fanaticism and devotion in their eyes filled the entire main hall. Looking at the worn-out statue again, Daoist Xiao could not help but feel a tinge of regret in his heart. With a swoosh, he swung the horsetail whisk that he had unknowingly taken out and cleared his throat. Cough cough. Once they heard that Daoist Xiao was about to speak, the clamor of the crowd immediately went far away. They all stood respectfully at the front and raised their necks to listen to Daoist Xiao's explanation. I have been in Longevity Town for many years and have always lived in this Jianghu temple. Daoist Xiao's eyes flashed with divine light, appearing unusually deep. Then, he took a deep breath. I have already traveled to many places in the hidden immortal mainland. Why did I stay here for so long when I came to Longevity Town? Actually, I had already vaguely mentioned that this Jianghu temple was not an ordinary Daoist temple when I started to cast spells to save all living beings a few years ago. When I first stepped into the temple, I had an extremely strong feeling. This Jianghu temple is the place where the immortal resides. This longevity town is also a place favored by the Daoist ancestor. Speaking of this, Daoist Xiao turned his head to look at the worn-out statue. His expression changed again and he sighed. Although this is a worn-out statue, in Ai's eyes, he is also a divine person who knows the heavens and the earth. This divine person is guarding Liao Jiang here, once again using my Daoist magic to protect Longevity Town's safety. I made a grand vow that day to restore the divine person in Ai's heart and reconstruct his golden body. I want to let him get the incense he deserves. Unfortunately, I am only a small Daoist cultivator, far from having the magic of this divine person. Perhaps some of you have already seen Ai in Longevity Town. Ai's situation, just look at the entire Jianghu temple and you will know. Jianghu temple has not changed much since I came several years ago. I am ashamed to face the Daoist ancestor. I am ashamed to face the divine person in Ai's heart. Seeing that Daoist Zhao's face was filled with sorrow, in the blink of an eye, Daoist Xiao pointed at Mu Chufan's family of four squeezing at the front of the crowd and said passionately again, however, just when I was somewhat disheartened, this divine person finally appeared and gave us a miracle at the end of the world. I finally understand why I have fate with this Jianghu temple. It turns out that this divine person is Daoist Xiao, the famous Daoist ancestor Daoist Xiao. I am ashamed. I have always regarded Daoist Xiao as Ai's cultivation goal. Ai's surname is also Xiao, so I arrogantly called myself Daoist Xiao. But how can Ai's cultivation be compared to the real Daoist Xiao? Now, the miracle of Mu Shanju's family is not only a revelation from Daoist Xiao to Ai, but also a warning to Ai. It is also a blessing for Longevity Town. From now on, Daoist Xiao will give us more miracles. This kind of miracle is real and real. It is completely different from the fake and pretentious Xiao Jin temple. Chapter 3166. Hee, fellow Daoist Chang. What's wrong? Is your Tarsus locket useless? The last cultivator who had been silent all this time mocked in a hoarse voice. Strange, this kid's Daoist robe is a little strange. Fellow Daoist Chang was slightly embarrassed. Huh, that's good. Gan Qinggu laughed shrilly. The stranger it is, the more it means that there's something good in the ring. Hearing this, the other cultivators became excited. They had only heard of storage rings, but this was the first time they had seen one. In fact, they knew that Zhang Xiaohua's appearance in the demon-resisting valley was a little strange. Everyone was blinded by greed, but no one cared about the result of people dying for wealth and birds dying for food, because they had placed their hopes on luck. How about this? Since this kid is unwilling to cooperate, let's kill him first. As for the ring, fellow Daoist Qi can have it. His cultivation is slightly weaker than ours. We can rest assured if he takes it. Fellow Daoist Chang said after thinking for a while. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He knew this was bad, and his hands and feet began to struggle again. This so-called Tarsus locket was very strange. It wrapped tightly around Zhang Xiaohua's body like a fishing net, confining the true qi in his meridians and preventing it from flowing. I have some ideas. After struggling for a while, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized that although the Tarsus locket confined his true qi, it did not confine his strength. When he exerted his strength, he could even open the Tarsus locket a little. Maybe I can break it if I use all my strength? Zhang Xiaohua muttered to himself. Just as he was about to take the risk and try, he heard the hoarse voice again. Fellow Daoist Chang, what are you talking about? I don't have any grudges with you. Why did you bring this disaster to I? Hee. Fellow Daoist Qi, don't blame me. Isn't this the only way? The others are just worried about it. Fellow Daoist Chang said with a smile. Don't, Qi Daoyu said, waving his hand dismissively. Whoever wants to take it can have it. I only want my share. Well. Fellow Daoist Yun thought for a moment and looked at the three people around the ring, as well as Zhang Xiaohua, who was next to the ring. He had no choice but to say, little guy, let's negotiate. Zhang Xiaohua stopped struggling and sneered, what's there to discuss? You only need to swear that you won't tell anyone about what happened here. I will make the decision to let you go. What do you think? Hee, my storage ring is gone. How am I going to explain this to the sect's headmaster? Zhang Xiaohua sneered. That's your problem. What do you think is more important, dying now or being punished by the sect leader in the future? Fellow Daoist, I also sneered and said, if it weren't for the fact that we were holding each other back, do you think I would be so kind? Get rid of this Tarsus lock. Zhang Xiaohua replied. That's easy. Fellow Daoist Yun pointed with his finger, and the Tarsus lock was released. It flew into fellow Daoist Yun's hand and disappeared. Zhang Xiaohua moved her arms and legs, but she didn't find anything unusual. She scratched her chin with her fingers and still refused to take the ring. She asked, if I take out the things in the ring, and you divide the things and change your mind, what should I do? Why don't you make a hard oath too? Ha ha ha, fellow Daoist Qi laughed and said, you little kid, you are really impudent. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Although we are holding each other back and don't dare to take the ring without permission, we can't let you lead us by the nose. If you don't take it now, I will take it now. You still want us to make a hard oath, are you crazy? Good, fellow Daoist Qi, just take it. Let's find a place to divide this thing quickly. Jianghu said with a smile. Okay, Zhang Xiaohua heard that and said quickly, I'll take it, but, you must, it's too late. I'm not happy. I'll take it myself. Fellow Daoist Qi's personality was a little extreme. He waved his hand and the ring flew into his hand. Zhang Xiaohua was in a bad mood and scolded herself for making a fool of herself. However, looking at fellow Daoist Yun's faint smile, she knew that even if she escaped now, these people would definitely hunt her down and not let her live after dividing the rings. She should know this from the way they dealt with Fairy Fei Ying. However, hiding for a while was still a good thing. What should I do? Zhang Xiaohua was anxious and her eyes looked into the darkness. Right at this moment, a powerful divine sense swept over without any hesitation. Jianghu and the others' divine senses were far stronger than Zhang Xiaohua's. Before Zhang Xiaohua could react, fellow Daoist Yun and the others' expressions changed. Golden Core Cultivator? Fellow Daoist Qi cried out in shock. Then, without another word, he activated the dermic power under his feet. His body shone brightly and he immediately fled into the distance. Even fellow Daoist Qi, who had the lowest cultivation, had such a reaction. What else could the others say? When fellow Daoist Qi cried out in shock, the other three people were one step ahead. Their figures were much faster than when they came. Each of them picked a direction that they thought was safe and flew far away. This divine sense. That strong divine sense swept over Zhang Xiaohua and the four people who fled without any hesitation. Zhang Xiaohua immediately felt that this divine sense was cold, strong, and contemptuous. What surprised Zhang Xiaohua the most was that this divine sense was actually somewhat familiar. How long had he been here? How many people had he seen just now? Therefore, when he raised his eyes and wanted to look in the direction where the divine sense swept over, an extremely fast sword light appeared in front of him. That sword light belonged to the person who sent him out of the demon-resisting valley. Qiu Feng. Seeing a familiar person, Zhang Xiaohua was not only not happy, but her heart turned cold. He asked himself, he definitely did not have a proud background. He definitely did not have the bloodline of the Alliance Master of the Immortal Alliance that Feng Shu mentioned. He also did not believe that he had any peerless charm that was unforgettable. He did not want any future prospects to follow behind him. Since he did not have any peerless charm, then Qiu Feng's purpose was thought-provoking. After seeing the faces of Fairy Fei Ying, Gan Xinggu, fellow Daoist Yun, and fellow Daoist Qi, Zhang Xiaohua, would not be so naive to think that Qiu Feng was here to help others. Maybe I met him by chance. Zhang Xiaohua had the last bit of hope in her heart. She put on a smile and cupped her hands, saying, "Senior." However, Qiu Feng ignored her. His face was solemn and the pride in his eyes were completely different from his modesty in the demon-resisting valley. Qiu Feng appeared in front of Zhang Xiaohua. He glanced at the storage ring floating in front of Zhang Xiaohua and took it with a wave of his hand. Then, he patted his waist, and a strange-shaped magic treasure flew into the air. The top of this magic treasure was an oval ball with many small holes. The bottom was a twisted semicircle. Once it flew into the air, it emitted a crimson brilliance. Qiu Feng glanced coldly at Zhang Xiaohua and narrowed his eyes. He pointed at the magic treasure, and 4 crimson brilliances flew out from the small holes in the magic treasure. They also shot rapidly in 4 different directions. Those directions were where fellow Daoist Yun and the others had escaped. It only took a few moments for fellow Daoist Yun and the others to escape and for Qiu Feng to arrive. During this time, fellow Daoist Yun had already escaped thousands of feet away. His speed was quite fast. However, fellow Daoist Yun's nervous expression showed that he did not feel relieved at all after escaping far away. Sure enough, Qiu Feng's magic treasure was powerful. The crimson brilliance arrived first and approached fellow Daoist Yun's back in a few breaths' time. Fellow Daoist Yun sighed slightly and did not dare to be careless. He turned around and flew backward. At the same time, he pointed at the disc that had been shielding his head and protecting his body with the brilliance. He patted his waist with his other hand and took out a handful of talismans from his storage bag. He threw them out with a wave of his hand. A series of crackling sounds rang out as the talismans exploded. Rays of light appeared and blocked the path of the crimson light. Unexpectedly, the crimson light didn't stop in the slightest. Like a sharp arrow, it pierced through the rays of light and shot directly towards the disc in front of fellow Daoist Kuang. Fellow Daoist Yun bit his lips slightly and took a deep breath. He spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the disc. The disc flashed and instantly became much thicker, emitting a faint crimson brilliance. With a bang, the crimson brilliance hit the disc. Then, with a puff, the crimson brilliance pierced through a layer of animal skin, creating a fist-sized hole in the disc. The crimson brilliance then went straight for fellow Daoist Yun. Fellow Daoist Kuang didn't expect that the disc would be so useless. He waved his hand, and the stick he took out from his storage pouch earlier struck towards the crimson light. Fellow Daoist Kuang's small stick was also a very powerful magic tool. It had been used by fellow Daoist Kuang, a Foundation establishment cultivator, to kill countless people. But today, he encountered golden core cultivators, whose strength wasn't on the same level. Although Qiu Feng didn't directly charge forward and fought against 4 of them, fellow Daoist Kuang was still no match for him. The crimson brilliance did not seem to care about the misty brilliance of the small stick and the spiritual qi of heaven and earth stirred up by the tip of the stick. It rushed forward and scattered the brilliance of the stick, approaching fellow Daoist Yun's protective true qi. Fellow Daoist Yun was shocked. He activated the magic power under his feet and quickly turned around, stabbing downwards. However, the crimson brilliance was even faster than him. Fellow Daoist Yun had just turned around when the brilliance pierced through his armpit. His protective true qi was only able to block it slightly before the brilliance pierced through. With an extremely soft sound, the crimson brilliance pierced through fellow Daoist Yun's heart. It was a 3-inch long, almost invisible crimson black iron needle. As the profound iron needle pierced through fellow Daoist Kuang's chest, fellow Daoist Kuang fell headfirst from the flying sword like a falling leaf. The profound iron needle spun in the air and flew back to the sword. Chapter 3167. Daoist Master Shao could not help but point the spearhead at the Shao Jin temple. However, just as he opened his mouth, he realized that some of the villagers at the back of the crowd had disdain and disgust in their eyes. He immediately became alert and flung the horsetail whisk in his hand to cover it up. He smiled faintly and said, "Of course, the cultivation of Taoism is different from that of Buddhism. It's useless for I to say more here. Let's wait until all of you widen your eyes and take a good look. Let's see who's the real one." "Oh, I've said too much again. Good Lord Mu, please tell us about Daoist Master Zhao's miracle last night." Mu Chufan's wife had been impatient for a long time. Now that she finally heard Daoist Master Zhao's words, she immediately pounced on the tattered praying mat and kowtowed. After kowtowing 9 times, she hurriedly pulled her hands, and the 2 children who were at a loss were also pulled over. She pressed their small heads to the ground and cried, "Children, quickly thank Daoist Master Zhao. If it wasn't for his grace, Mother would have left you last night." The 2 children were a little confused at first. However, when they heard that their mother would have left them if not for the tattered clay statue in front of them, they immediately stopped pressing their mother's hands and kowtowed to the ground while crying, "Thank you, Daoist Master Zhao. Thank you, Daoist Master Zhao." The children's crying immediately infected the villagers of General Ridge. Everyone wiped their tears along with them. "Everyone, my fellow villagers." Mu Chufan stood behind his wife and children and unconsciously shed tears. At this moment, he wiped his tears with his sleeves and said, "Everyone knows about my family's situation. Ever since my wife married into the Mu family, she never enjoyed a day of happiness. Every day, she would be at home weaving, washing, and working hard. Later, after she had 2 children, her body became worse and worse. I felt pain in my heart when I saw it. However, I couldn't do anything at all. All the doctors in the village and town had seen her. She was slowly losing weight and had no strength. In the end, she couldn't even pick up a needle. Every doctor couldn't find the reason. They were really at their wits' end. To my family, my wife is the sky of our family. Without her, I don't know what this family would be like. Just last night, I sold the last bit of land in the family and took my wife and child to the town's most famous Jianghu. However, when the doctor of Jianghu saw my wife's condition, he didn't even accept the money. He only told me to bring my wife back. I'm afraid we won't be able to survive the night. For the sake of my wife's illness, I've already sold everything in my family. Even though I'm a dying child, I still eat very little. To be honest, my family isn't much different from that of an ordinary child beggar. But even so, I'm willing to pay any price to keep my wife by my side." Looking at his child and his wife's tattered clothes, Mu Chufan couldn't help but cry again. "Last night, this lowly one carried my wife and took the child through the Jianghu Ridge." This lowly one's heart tightened painfully. "When I saw the Jianghu temple, I really couldn't bear it anymore. Previously, this lowly one had also been to the Shaojin temple, but I had never thought about this Jianghu temple. Since there was no hope for any other place, this lowly one really didn't want to give up the last hope. I thought of coming to the Jianghu temple, to kowtow a few times to Daoist Xiao and see if Daoist Xiao would pity this lowly one. Who knew, Daoist Xiao really showed his spirit." Speaking of the key point, Mu Chufan was exultant. "After this lowly one kowtowed and prayed, Daoist Xiao really bestowed me with the elixir. After this lowly one consumed the elixir, my wife had a stomachache for the entire night, which scared this lowly one. But today, she's completely recovered. Although she still looks weak, this lowly one knows that my wife's complexion is completely different from yesterday. Everyone, look, after a day of recuperation, my wife can actually come to the Jianghu temple from the General Ridge by herself. If this isn't a miracle, then what is it? If other people were to preach like this, the people in the General Ridge might not believe it." However, everyone knew the condition of Mu Chufan's family and his wife's illness clearly. Today, Mu Chufan's wife had completely recovered. This was simply unbelievable to everyone. Since everyone could come here, they had already believed it. When this was preached in the Jianghu temple, waves of emotions were released. Boundless holy man. Seeing this, Daoist Xiao seized the opportunity and said in a deep voice, "Good Lord Mu, do you have a copper coin?" "Yes. I do." Mu Chufan was slightly stunned as he sighed. "Take it out." Daoist Xiao instructed in a profound manner. "Yes, Daoist Xiao." Mu Chufan took out a copper coin and placed it in the palm of his hand in front of Daoist Xiao's eyes. Daoist Xiao then turned his hand, and the silver coin that Mu Chufan gave him earlier immediately appeared. He placed it in Mu Chufan's palm solemnly, then took the copper coin and said emotionally, "Good Lord Mu, I know that the merit silver is your reward to Zhenren Xiao. It's your family's sincerity and piety. However, this is the only thing that the 4 members of your Mu family have. Without this silver, your family of 4 may have to eat the northwest wind tomorrow. Although I have accepted your silver coin and can help Daoist Xiao reconstruct his golden body tomorrow, do you think that Zhenren Xiao will like this merit silver?" At this point, Daoist Xiao purposely paused for a moment, then waved the horsetail whisk in his hand and said, "There's no need to say more." "Hee, this old man is also a spirit-severing cultivator. Feng Shu, do you think you can do it?" Chan Si Miao also raised his leg, and the two's auras collided, stirring up the surrounding heaven-earth yuan qi like a huge wave in the sea. A hurricane rose from between the two of them, howling and blowing in all directions. Zhang Xiaohua, who was standing at the side, was like Xiaohua in water, floating up and down a few times before floating into the distance. Sigh. Seeing this, Feng Shu waved his hand, and the hurricane disappeared without a trace. Then, Zhang Xiaohua felt another wave of dizziness, and the entire night sky turned upside down. When Zhang Xiaohua regained his senses, he was no longer in midair. Instead, he was in a gray area. The storage ring floated quietly beside him, and there was also a bag of dirt and a strange Dharma artifact at his feet. Zhang Xiaohua recognized that Dharma artifact. It was Qiu Feng's, and that bag had fallen from Qiu Feng's mountain when he was killed. Looking up, Feng Shu and Chan Si Miao were still standing in midair. Feng Shu smiled and said, "Chan Si Miao, you're quite brave. You actually didn't escape and followed this old man here. What's there to leave for? This old man is the same as you. We're both spirit-severing cultivators. Even if you kill this old man, my main body is still here. Even if this spirit-severing cultivator loses this spirit-severing cultivator, I will tell this matter to the Alliance Master. This old man believes that the Alliance Master will be more interested in this matter than this old man. Chan Si Miao said indifferently. Are you determined to go against this old man? Feng Shu was furious. Having a good cauldron to possess is the last method to successfully pass the minor heavenly tribulation. This old man has no reason to go against my own chance. Chan Si Miao was still indifferent. This old man believes that. Fellow Daoist Feng won't be willing to see a third person know about this other than me. Feng Shu's expression was uncertain. After a long while, he said gloomily, this old man naturally doesn't want to do this, but there's only one of this. If fellow Daoist Chan uses it, how am I going to use it? Fellow Daoist Chan, don't tell me you're planning to share a soul with me. This old man also just found out about such a good cauldron. Where did this idea come from? If fellow Daoist Feng has any good ideas, please tell me. Chan Si Miao said with a smile. Previously, I only had the thought of monopolizing it. Who would have thought that you would appear out of nowhere? Feng Shu sneered and looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was standing on the ground with an ashen face. He said, also, fellow Daoist Chan, you didn't know the gravity of the situation from the start. You exposed my plans. Now, it's too late to deceive this fellow. What's the big deal? Can't we just use the soul-searching technique again? We'll just make him an idiot and leave him alive. Chan Si Miao said disapprovingly. If that's the case, do I need to lower my voice and deceive him? Feng Shu's face was filled with anger. If I use this soul-searching technique again, this guy's mind will collapse. This old man's consciousness will also perish if I go in again. Isn't this asking this old man to commit suicide? Chan Si Miao came to a realization. He thought for a moment and bowed deeply. Fellow Daoist Feng, this matter. I was careless. Please forgive me. However, fellow Daoist, you don't have to be too concerned. I know a small mystic technique. There's no need to search his soul. I can erase this short-term memory. What could Feng Shu do? He knew that Chan Si Miao would definitely not let go. He could only wave his hand and say, forget it. Who knows if your mystic technique will work? It's not wrong to not know, but later, during the discussion, fellow Daoist Chan will have to take half a step back. He indeed had the cultivation of a fourth-rank origin energy, but right now, his meridians and flesh were filled with earth crystal ya milk. He couldn't use any divine abilities, so he really was just in the ranks. The three lonely and helpless Daoist cultivators of Jianghu Temple saw the light and were filled with hope for their future. One closed his eyes and meditated, one meditated and prayed for blessings, and one even laid down on the branch of a banyan tree, looking up at the stars in the night sky. It was unknown what he was thinking. Less than 5 li north of Longevity Town, there was a hill several li in size. Shaojin Temple, which was a dozen times larger than Jianghu Temple, was built on top of this hill. At this moment, inside Shaojin Temple, the rhythmic sound of a wooden fish in the main hall was heard along with the loud and clear sound of a bell. The fat monk Mingyu, who was wearing a bright kasaya, put down the small wooden mallet in his hand. He looked at the 30-something people in the main hall with great satisfaction and said in a deep voice, "Today's evening class ends here, you all can go back and rest." "Yes, Abbot," the 30-something people replied in unison. It was very loud and resounding in the main hall, making Monk Mingyu even happier. After all the monks left, Monk Mingyu stood up, tidied up the kasaya on his body, and turned his head to look at the slightly old Shakyamuni Buddha statue in the main hall. He respectfully knelt down, kowtowed to the ground, and said in a low voice, "My Buddha, disciple Mingyu, has been in this Shaojin temple for more than 10 years. Previously, there were only 3 to 5 people in Shaojin temple, but now, there are a lot of people, reaching 32. My Buddha must have seen disciples' hard work in these 10 years. Of course, disciples' hard work is incomparable to my Buddha's boundless dharma. The reason why Shaojin temple is so prosperous is all because of my Buddha's mercy, and not because of disciples' hard work. Disciple is willing to take root in Longevity Town's Shaojin temple, in this corner of hidden immortal continent, to plant my Buddha's mercy deep into the hearts of mortals, to let them know, in this world, there is only Buddha, only Nirvana is their best home. Only by devoutly worshipping my Buddha, can they get rid of evil, can they cut off evil. Amitabha. After that, Monk Mingyu softly muttered for a long time, kowtowed again, and respectfully retreated from the main hall. After Monk Mingyu returned to the abbot's meditation room, he changed his kasaya into a white monk robe. Peng peng. Someone knocked on the door of the meditation room. Who is it? Monk Mingyu frowned, feeling somewhat displeased. Senior brother Mingyu, it's disciple Ming Fa. A respectful voice sounded from outside the door. Amitabha, so it's Ming Fa. Monk Mingyu's lips curled into an inexplicable smile. He walked to the front of the door, and personally opened it. Amitabha, senior brother is too polite. The one standing outside the door was the monk who followed behind Monk Mingyu in the afternoon. At this moment, he had a smile on his face, and his palms were clasped together as he said respectfully, "You only need to say the word, and disciple will enter." Why do you need to personally open the door? Junior brother Ming Fa, for you to come so late, there must be something extremely important. Monk Mingyu invited Ming Fa into the room, and said with a smile, "To be able to rack your brains for my Shaojin temple, to be able to work tirelessly for the prosperity of my Buddhism sect, you are a meritorious servant of my Buddhism sect. This poor monk naturally has to personally open the door. Thank you for your trouble, senior brother." Ming Fa sat on the praying mat somewhat cautiously. Monk Mingyu personally held the pot, poured a cup of tea, and then asked with a smile, "May I know what is the matter, junior brother?" Chapter 3176. Reporting to senior brother. Mingfa picked up the tea, took a sip, and said, "Actually, it's nothing important. It's just that after finishing my homework, I returned to my room and thought of the challenge at the Temple of the River and Tide on the 10th day. I couldn't help but think of the situation 10 years ago when you came to the Shaojin temple alone with a warning letter. Then I thought of the prosperity of the Shaojin temple in the past 10 years. Now, even the Longevity Academy doesn't dare to look down on the Shaojin temple. They took the initiative to exchange pointers with the Shaojin temple on the day of the Immortal and Buddha ceremony. This was something I didn't even dare to think about 10 years ago. Amitabha, when I think of this, I can't sit still in my room. The development of the Shaojin temple these years is all due to senior brother Abbott's contribution. Therefore, I came here to thank senior brother Abbott for the effort you put in for the Shaojin temple." Amitabha Mingfa's words obviously had a faint flattery, but in Zen Master Mingyu's ears, it was very pleasing to the ear. Zen Master Mingyu unconsciously chanted the name of Buddha and smiled. Junior Martial Brother Mingfa really knows this poor monk's heart. Just now, this poor monk was talking about the development of my Shaojin temple in the past 10 years in front of Buddha. I talked about how when this poor monk first came to Shaojin temple, there were only 2 junior martial brothers, Mingfa and Mingchan. I didn't expect junior brother to also be so emotional. It seems that our cultivation is still lacking. This heart of a dry well realm is still very far away. Amitabha, my Buddha is merciful. Please forgive me for my unstable state of mind. Ming Fa hurriedly put his palms together and said very sincerely. Junior brother Ming Fa, if Buddha sees that the small gold temple has become so prosperous in our hands, I'm afraid he won't punish you. Zen Master Mingyu immediately curled his lips and said with a smile. For the Shaojin temple, for the Buddhism sect, I'm willing to accept Buddha's punishment. Ming Fe also said. Junior brother, please have some tea. Zen Master Mingyu raised his cup and took a sip himself. He looked at the night sky outside the Zen door and sighed. Junior brother is right. Although we are Buddhists, we should have a pure heart and few desires. We should serve Buddha wholeheartedly. But in the end, we are just ordinary people. After all, we still have this stinky body. Seeing the Shaojin temple being so prosperous, how could we not be happy? How could he not be proud? Back then, when this old monk came to Small Gold Temple, the first person I paid my respects to was Immortal Academy's Zhu Junfeng. Although that Confucian Dean Zhu was very courteous to this old monk could tell from his disdainful gaze that he was rejecting my Buddhist sect. Yes, senior brother Abbot is right. In the 3 continents, other than the Western Paradise, which is the pure land of my Buddhist sect, the hidden immortal continent and the 1,000 demons sacred realm are not places that my Buddhist light shines upon. Within the 1,000 demons sacred territory, who knows how many disciples who are willing to sacrifice themselves for the development of our Buddhist sect have been buried in the mouths of demons. On the hidden immortal continent, there is the resistance of Confucian cultivators. The spread of our Buddhist sect's dharma has also been greatly hindered. We disciples of the Buddhist sect have a long way to go. Ming Fa nodded his head in agreement. That's right, junior brother Mingfa. This is the voice of millions of Buddhist sect disciples. We are not afraid of blood and tears, we are not afraid of difficulties. We just want to illuminate the entire 3 continents with Buddhist light. Zen Master Mingyu's face showed a trace of redness, his eyes also flashed with fanaticism. Unfortunately. Ming Fa slightly clenched his teeth. The matters of this world are a test for us Buddhist disciples. In this small immortal town, not only does Immortal Academy have Ruo Tong Long tightly protecting their sphere of influence, even Taoism has revived from the ashes. A long time ago declined River Tide Temple, a wandering Daoist dares to go against my Small Gold Temple, challenging the dignity of my Buddhist sect. I won't hide it from junior brother. Zen Master Mingyu said with a smile. Back then when this old monk saw that Daoist surname Zhao's face, I looked down on him from the bottom of my heart. What the hell, a scoundrel wants to challenge my Small Gold Temple in Immortal Town, who does he think he is? Indeed, Ming Fa said with a smile, I remember the first time this old monk saw that so-called Daoist Xiao, he was no different from a beggar. However, this beggar-like person actually went against my Small Gold Temple in all aspects. Zen Master Mingyu said with a sigh, if not for the fact that this River Tide Temple doesn't have many Daoist disciples, perhaps in these 3 to 4 years, that River Tide Temple really could catch up to my Small Gold Temple. This can't help but make me think of our Small Gold Temple back then. At that time, in Zhu Junfeng's eyes, you and I probably weren't much different from this Daoist Xiao, right? How could it be that simple? My Buddhist sect's dharma is boundless. What does his Daoist sect have? It's nothing more than some tricks. It's fine to deceive ordinary people, but in front of us, it's just a joke. I believe that Immortal Academy knows all of this. The problem is. Zen Master Mingyu smiled bitterly, my Small Gold Temple is entangled with River Tide Temple, so many years of pure reputation will turn into flowing water. Even if I can't see River Tide Temple clearly, how will the secular people of Immortal Town view my Small Gold Temple? In the past, they compared Small Gold Temple to Immortal Academy, but now? They want to compare Small Gold Temple and River Tide Temple on the same level. At this point, Zen Master Mingyu said with some disappointment, I originally didn't want to say this. Yesterday, Minister Lu didn't even invite my Small Gold Temple's monks, so why did Ming Fa Shidi insist on bringing a few disciples to Minister Lu's home? Although Minister Lu didn't want to embarrass Small Gold Temple, so he gave half of the ritual to you. But can't you use your brain to think? How can my Buddhist sect's ritual be compared to Daoists? How can they be compared? Yes. Ming Fa's face showed some disapproval, but he still lowered his head and agreed. The most terrible thing is. Zen Master Mingyu didn't stop talking and continued to reprimand, after the ritual, you actually had a conflict with River Tide Temple. You and your group of close to 10 people against River Tide Temple's 2 people. If others knew, it would be strange if my small gold temple wasn't laughed to death. Senior Abbot, I know I was wrong. Ming Fa had no choice but to lower his head and explain. It wasn't that I insisted on going to Minister Lu's home to fight with River Tide Temple for the ritual. It was that this ritual was agreed upon the last time Minister Lu came to my small gold temple to worship Buddha. Who knows what Daoist Xiao said to Minister Lu? I'm afraid he sowed discord and said that my small gold temple was in the wrong. That was why Minister Lu was persuaded to invite River Tide Temple over. I only went to Minister Lu's home as agreed, but I only bumped into River Tide Temple. And Minister Lu also said it clearly, he was careless, and mixed up the matter. Sigh, forget it. 10 days later, this kind of thing won't happen again. Shitty, you have to take this as a lesson and never let it happen again. Zen Master Mingyu sighed and didn't want to pursue the matter. Senior Abbot, 10 days later, which Shishu will be coming? Why will he come? Ming Fa's eyes lit up and asked curiously. If I'm not wrong, it should be Yunlin Temple's Shishu Xinghai. Speaking of Xinghai, Zen Master Mingyu's eyes lit up, as if he was envious and jealous. It was a rare look. Senior Abbot. Ming Fa was even more curious and hurriedly said, didn't you come from Yunlin Temple? 10 years ago, you were entrusted with an important task and came to my small gold temple. Then you must be familiar with Shishu Xinghai. What kind of expert is he? He. Zen Master Mingyu laughed and said, my Yunlin temple has thousands of monks. Although they are all devoted to Buddha, they all have their own responsibilities. Shishu Xinghai is my Buddhist protector and has Buddhist supernatural powers. How can I know him? I have only seen Shishu Xinghai a few times on some occasions. Speaking of Buddhist supernatural powers, Senior Abbot, you have to explain it to Shitty. Ming Fa's eyes were even more fervent. For us small gold temple Buddhas, other than Shitty who came from Yunlin Temple, we all entered Buddhism from small gold temple. We are really ignorant. By the way, although the monks of small gold temple have practiced some martial arts in order to protect the temple, they are still far from Yuanya of Jianghu Temple. If we all practice Buddhist supernatural powers, who would be afraid of a wandering Daoist? When Zen Master Mingyu heard this, a hint of awkwardness flashed across his face. He put his palms together and said, Junior brother Ming Fa, fighting and killing should be the responsibility of the Buddhist guardians. We only need to spread the Buddhist Dharma and teach the ordinary people to be good. Senior brother. Ming Fa smiled bitterly. The problem is that our small gold temple doesn't have a protector. If we had one, would we still be afraid of Yuanya of Jianghu Temple? Even if there was that old Daoist and that young Daoist who just appeared today, I don't think we need to be afraid. Speaking of this, Ming Fa said with some hatred, I think that Daoist Xiao wants to get back last night's embarrassment, so he challenged our small gold temple in public. He thinks that we can't deal with Yuanya alone. He wants to laugh at our small gold temple. He really didn't expect that Senior Brother Abbot would take advantage of the situation to propose a competition in 10 days. He even proposed that whoever loses would leave Longevity Town, forcing him to a dead end. He lifted a rock and smashed it on his own foot. How can we compare to Martial Uncle Xinghai's cultivation? Amitba. Zen Master Mingyu chanted, I was also stunned by Daoist Zhao's anger this afternoon and lost my cool. That's why I proposed that bet. Actually, now that I think about it, Daoist Xiao came later. His existence doesn't matter at all. Whether he is here or not, Jianghu Temple is still a broken Daoist temple. On the contrary, our small gold temple is in a disadvantageous position. If Martial Uncle Xinghai didn't come and it was someone else, there might really be a problem. Then what should we do? Ming Fa was also shocked and said anxiously. Zen Master Mingyu smiled, of course, then again, even if Martial Uncle Xinghai didn't come, Yunlin Temple will send a Martial Uncle of the Transcendence Realm. That Yuanya is definitely not his opponent. You and I can rest assured. After all, this cauldron is someone we want to possess in the future. Imprison him for a long time will be detrimental to our future development. Fellow Daoist Feng, don't tell me you're going to throw him to Dawn Rain Continent. Chan Si Miao said in disbelief, if he's discovered by others, how can we still have a chance? Hee, fellow Daoist Chan, have you forgotten that the big hide in the city and the small hide in the wilderness? Even if you imprison this guy somewhere, he'll still be discovered by others. Furthermore, there will be many chances of him being discovered. Why don't you just let him cultivate in Dawn Rain Continent? There are countless cultivators in Dawn Rain Continent. Who would recognize such a lowly cultivator? Furthermore, if the two of us join hands to restrict this guy's middle dantian, who else would be able to discover it other than cultivators above the void refinement realm? How could such an insignificant cultivator be discovered by a cultivator with a higher cultivation base than us? Even if this guy's aptitude is very good, but there's no need to wait until then. You and I can transcend the minor heavenly tribulation, right? Fellow Daoist Feng is indeed wise. Chan Si Miao clapped again. However, he immediately felt bewildered. If this guy doesn't have our guidance and only starts from Qi refinement realm, I'm afraid his lifespan won't be enough. Feng Shu smiled bitterly. Could it be that fellow Daoist Chan has a better idea? If fellow Daoist Chan is still worried, why don't you let me bring him back to the immortal sect? Of course, Chan Si Miao shook his head. Then, Feng Shu whispered a few words to Chan Si Miao. Chan Si Miao was shocked at first. He turned to look at Zhang Xiaohua and nodded slightly. If fellow Daoist Feng thinks so, then I can only agree. Then, Feng Shu said again, since that's the case, the two of us will swear a hard oath. From today onwards, the two of us will never reveal this matter to anyone, including our own disciples. He couldn't help but frown. He looked at Mr. Tai and asked curiously, how did he get here so quickly? Last time, the message said that he would come to Longevity Academy in about 6 days. Moreover, why did he go to Liao River instead of coming to Longevity Academy so late at night? Could it be that his main purpose of coming here today is Liao River? Since Mr. Mo is here, why don't we go and ask him? Why bother guessing? Mr. Tai said with a smile. When Zhu Junfeng heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. Exactly. Tonight, the sky is clear and the stars are like lanterns. I really want to go to the Silver Han Dynasty with Mr. Tai. We'll play the stars and welcome the guests from afar. That's right. I want to go with you. Mr. Tai was in high spirits. He shook his hand, and a jade pendant flew into the air like an auspicious cloud. Then, he opened his mouth and breathed in a puff of true qi. The jade pendant flashed with a faint white light. Then, it turned into an auspicious cloud several feet in size and floated in front of Mr. Tai. Mr. Tai raised his leg and stepped on it. The cloud rose into the air and rushed out of the library. Mr. Tai's robes fluttered in the wind, making him look like an immortal. Mr. Tai's auspicious cloud pendant is indeed marvelous. It's not something an ordinary origin artifact can compare to. Zhu Juanfeng's eyes flashed with a divine light as he praised. He extended his hand, and his index and middle fingers came together to form a sword seal. Rise, following Zhu Juanfeng's soft command, a wang sound of a sword rang out. The treasured sword hanging on the wall of the library flew out of its scabbard, and like a silver dragon, it streaked across the air and rushed past Zhu Junfeng. Zhu Junfeng nimbly leaped onto it, and the treasured sword did not stop there either. It also rushed out of the library. No matter how I look at it, I can understand it. However, after I hit the front, I forgot the back. The two strands of mustache above his lips were especially obvious. Other than the mustache, the statue was full and round like a heavenly palace. His ears were even drooping over his shoulders. In his eyes, other than some compassion, there was even more ferocity. Oh. Is this the so-called sea god? It seems like it is only so-so. Compared to Daoist Master Xiao, it is still far inferior. Xiao Hua faintly smiled and looked elsewhere. Unlike Xiao Hua's indifference, Xiao Jian was laughing non-stop. He promised the villagers of General Ridge that he would reconstruct the statue's golden body. However, in reality, he did not even know what the statue originally looked like. Moreover, he still had to find the craftsmen and discuss with them how to repair it. In particular, although he had a lot of copper coins last night, it was far from enough to repair the statue. Now that the fishermen were paying their respects to the sea god, wouldn't it save him a lot of trouble by reconstructing the statue's golden body? How could Xiao Jian not be happy? When the villagers of General Ridge ask me, this old man will say that I repaired it myself. Xiao Jian had already made up his mind. Moreover, he believed that the villagers of General Ridge would definitely not ask too much. The craftsmen wrote down some numbers and hurriedly left the Daoist temple. It was obvious that they wanted to reconstruct the statue's golden body in the shortest time possible. The fishermen in the Daoist temple excitedly paid their respects a few more times. Seeing that the ritual that had nothing to do with Daoist Master Xiao Jian was about to end, more than 10 people came in from outside the Daoist temple. These people looked different from the fishermen. However, when they looked at the fishermen in the Daoist temple, there was no surprise in their eyes. Naturally, the fishermen did not pay any attention to them. They even nodded to each other in a friendly manner. Chapter 3184. Thank you, Daoist Xiao. One of the vigorous old men knelt down in the main hall and said in a low voice, last night, I received Daoist Zhao's miraculous elixir and took it overnight. The chronic illness that I've had for decades disappeared at once. Before the old man finished speaking, the fishermen who were packing up and preparing to leave the Taoist temple could not take it anymore. A strong man hurriedly shouted, Old man, what are you talking about? This Jianghu temple worships the sea god of our fishermen. There's no Daoist Xiao. If you want to worship, you can go to Daoist Zhao's Taoist temple. Don't worship blindly here. If you annoy the sea god, not only will we fishermen have nowhere to make a living, but the entire longevity town will also be eaten up by the monsters in the water. Little guy, what do you know? The old man glared at the fisherman with disdain and said, This Jianghu temple worships Daoist Xiao. He just showed up yesterday. Not only did he save my family of 3 in General Ridge, but he also gave me elixirs. Look, my chronic illness and these people's illnesses are all thanks to Daoist Master Zhao's blessing. Bullshit. Before the old man finished speaking, another old man who looked older than him rushed out from the fisherman. He held a small oar in his hand and scolded, "Rebellious thing. This is the place where my fishermen worship the sea god. It has been here for thousands of years. When did it become the place where you worship Daoist Xiao? Seeing that you are all villagers of my longevity town, get out of here quickly. If you dare to say filthy words again and slander the sea god, I'll beat you to death with a stick." "How dare you?" The few villagers next to him could not take it anymore. This is obviously Daoist Xiao's Taoist temple. Last night, we just worshipped Daoist Xiao. Furthermore, Daoist Xiao has already shown up. Beat them to death. The old fisherman was so angry that he was trembling. The oar in his hand was also trembling. When these fishermen heard that nearly 10 fishermen had died in the river last night, they already felt that something was wrong. They discussed overnight that they would rush to the sea god of the Jianghu temple to repair his golden body. Moreover, this worship ceremony was decided after a night of discussion. Who would have thought that after they had been busy for the whole morning and were just about to end, the villagers of General Ridge would appear and call the sea god Xiao Daoist Xiao. This was obviously blasphemy to the sea god. The painstaking efforts of nearly 100 fishermen were all in vain. How could this old man not be angry? He seemed to see the Liao River filled with fishermen's corpses. Since the old man had such thoughts, the other fishermen naturally had the same thoughts. Over 10 fishermen who were closer to the main hall waved their oars and pounced forward. In an instant, they had knocked over the villagers from General Ridge to the ground. "Quickly go and save them." Xiao Hua saw that the situation was bad and knew that the situation today was worse than yesterday. He hurriedly ordered Yuanya. Yuanya was stunned for a moment, then he let out a loud roar. His figure pounced out like a leopard, rushing to the side of the main hall. He raised his hands and stomped his feet. In just a short moment, he had knocked the dozen or so fishermen to the ground. Where did this bastard come from? The old fisherman's mouth was so foul that it hit Yuanya's soft spot. Roar! Yuanya kicked a fisherman into the hall, raised his head and roared. Then, he suddenly turned around and stared at the old fisherman with his bloodshot eyes. Plop! Without waiting for Yuanya to make a move, his gaze that was as sharp as a sword was enough to scare the old man to the point that he wet his pants and sat on the ground. Chapter 3188. On the 6th day, the long-awaited statue of Lord Sea God was finally completed. The face of the statue was the same as the one Xiao Hua saw that day. The craftsman's craftsmanship was very exquisite. The statue looked very lifelike, as if it was alive. The celebration of the reconstruction of the golden body was even more grand. At this time, the matter of the Jianghu temple was no longer Daoist Zhao's matter alone. Not only did the fishermen come, there were also the villagers of the General Ridge and the devout townspeople who came to help. The celebration was extremely lively and took half a day's time. However, this had nothing to do with Xiao Hua. Even if there were some chores, Yuanya would go and help. Daoist Xiao did not dare to rashly trouble Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was naturally happy to have peace and quiet. He was constantly using the Big Dipper divine fist beside the Daoist temple. Xiao Hua's appearance naturally attracted the attention of others. However, the adult's attention was only attracted by the bustling Daoist temple for a moment. Who would still look at a Daoist who was endlessly practicing inexplicable punches and kicks? On the other hand, there were some children who were happily playing near Xiao Hua. There were even some who were standing there and gesticulating. Only when the sun set in the west did the people in the Daoist temple gradually become sparse. Only when the sky was completely dark and a half-moon appeared on the horizon did the Daoist temple become completely deserted. Senior. Xiao Jian walked out of the Daoist temple and stretched his body. He raised his voice and said, "You have been practicing punches and kicks here for an entire day. Aren't you tired?" "You have your tiredness, I have my leisure." Xiao Hua withdrew his punches and kicks. Naturally, he would not be tired. However, this kind of boring punches and kicks, even though there was a cool current flowing from his bones and he enjoyed it very much, he also felt bored after a long time. "You don't look anymore. Quickly go and boil some hot water for this old man." Xiao Jian shouted towards the banyan tree again. "This old man is tired for an entire day. My whole body stinks of sweat. You are just hiding on the tree and idling." "Yes, master." Yuanya's unchanging voice came from the top of the tree. Then, there was the sound of the branches swaying. The pitiful banyan tree, in these few days, other than Yuanya hiding on top of it, it was also ravaged by many good men and women. The effect of the banyan fruit was already equivalent to an immortal pill. Who didn't come to Jiangchao Temple to get one or two? Although Xiao Jian had already made it clear, how could a person's greed be dispelled with just a few words? Looking at this Xiao Daoist who was not too particular about cleanliness a few days ago, Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Congratulations Daoist Xiao, this Jiangchao temple is becoming more and more prosperous. Today, Lord Sea God's golden body has been reconstructed. I'm afraid it won't be long before Jiangchao temple is rebuilt." "Hee, isn't it all thanks to Senior's help?" Xiao Jian said with a smile, "And in a few days, I still have to rely on Senior's help." "Yes, if Senior wins against the Little Gold Temple, this disciple won't have to rebuild the River and Tide Temple. I'll just chase away the bald donkeys in the Little Gold Temple and erect the statue of Lord Sea God there." "It can't be that simple." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "Jiang Chao Guan is but a single disciple of Yuanya. This old man doesn't know how many monks there are in Shaojin Temple, but there are definitely more than Jiang Chao Guan." Yuanya answered naturally, but when he appeared, there was a trace of awkwardness and embarrassment. Xiao Hua ordered, "There are 2 children at the bottom of the mountain, but you brought them up." "Bottom of the mountain?" Yuanya looked down the mountain in the darkness and was somewhat puzzled. However, he still obediently flew down. After a while, he came out of the darkness with a child in each hand. "Oh. Isn't this Brother Lu?" Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, Xiao Jian saw the blood-stained youth in Yuanya's left hand and the flesh on his body was lacerated. "Oh. You know him?" Xiao Hua asked curiously. "And this disciple doesn't know this Brother Lu's name, but he is a small hoodlum from the town of Longevity's cloak gang. This disciple often saw him when he was selling divination in Longevity's town of Longevity." Xiao Jian nodded. Yuanya came in front of the 2 and put Brother Lu down. Brother Lu shouted as soon as he landed, "Daoist Xiao, quickly leave. Boss Zheng is here to find you." "Boss Zheng? The boss of the cloak gang?" Xiao Jian was shocked. Why is he looking for this old man? "My Jiangchao temple is in a complete mess. The few copper coins we have were all donated by benevolent people. Those are Lord Sea Gods. Ah. Immortal. Immortal Elder. It really is you." At this moment, Lu Gu saw Xiao Hua at the side. Although there was a kind of surprise on his face, it was more of a gratification. Then, with a plop sound, he knelt in front of Xiao Hua and cried, "Immortal Elder, please reach out and save my sister." "I know. Lord See God who saved Go-er is you. As long as you give me a pill, my sister's life will be saved." "Oh. This child still hasn't recovered?" Xiao Hua looked at the girl in Yuanya's hand. Sure enough, the girl's eyes were tightly shut and she looked like she was unconscious. "That's right, Immortal Elder. That day, you gave me some copper coins. I immediately brought my sister to the medical hall." Lu Yi knelt on the ground and refused to get up. He cried and said, "The doctor prescribed medicine for me. However, after taking it, not only did my sister's condition not get better, it became even worse. Now, the copper coins have been spent and my sister is unconscious. Moreover, my sister's body is very hot. No matter what, I can't lower her temperature. A few days ago, I heard about the miracle of the Jianghu temple from the medical hall's doctor. I also wanted to ask Lord See God for help. But Boss Zheng has been looking for me. I don't dare to show myself." At this point, Lu Yi suddenly remembered something. He knelt and shouted, "Daoist Xiao, you must leave quickly. That Boss Zheng has invited an expert and is about to go to the Jianghu temple. If you don't leave now, I'm afraid it will be too late. Brother Lu, this old man's Jianghu temple is extremely poor. Why did Boss Zheng come here? Even if the Jianghu temple is prosperous these few days, it shouldn't attract the attention of the Zephyr gang." Xiao Jian trembled and asked Lu Yi, "Do you know the specific reason?" "I don't know." Lu Yi was very anxious. He urged again, "I have been hiding in a secret place. However, I was still found by Boss Zheng this afternoon. The two leaders of the Zephyr gang disappeared. Boss Zheng suspected that it was related to me. Therefore, he blocked me and my sister at that place and used cruel means to deal with me. The injuries on this little one's body were caused by someone beating me up in the afternoon. Looking at Boss Zheng's posture, I knew that I wouldn't be able to come out alive today. However, at dusk, someone suddenly reported to Boss Zheng that the person he was looking for had arrived. Boss Zheng seemed to attach great importance to everyone. He immediately ordered his subordinates to hang me up high and let me slowly starve to death. Then, he hurriedly left. When I was in a daze, I heard him shouting, "Jianghu temple." Senior Xiao told the disciples to kill without fear. This kind of killing is a good deed. Phew, Xiao Jian finally let out a sigh of relief. He patted his chest and said, "Luckily, Senior Xiao is from our Jianghu temple. Master, they are here." Yuanya looked down and reminded. Xiao Jian naturally couldn't see that far, so he didn't look and sat down on the ground. "Yeah, you sit down too. Otherwise, they will know that we are waiting for them. It will be hard for Master to explain." "Yes, Master." Yuanya obediently sat not far away from Xiao Jian. The magic wand in his hand was also placed not far away. In just half a cup of tea's time, more than 10 strong men jumped out from the mountain path. These men were all wearing black clothes and black headscarves. Other than their faces, the rest of their body was hidden behind the black clothes. The man who jumped out first saw Xiao Jian and Yuanya sitting there and was stunned. Then, he hurriedly said to the slightly fat man behind him, "Big brother, these two are the two bastards from Jianghu temple." Cough cough, the slightly fat man took 2 steps forward, revealing his broom-like thick black eyebrows and garlic-sized nose. He coughed twice and said, "Old Jiu, what did I teach you? These two are the Daoists from Jianghu temple. How can you speak rudely?" "Yes, big brother." Old Jiu didn't dare to argue. He bowed his head and didn't say anything. "Is this Taoist Xiao?" Boss Jing quickly walked forward and cupped his hands. Seeing Boss Jing being so polite, Xiao Jian felt apprehensive. However, he hurriedly got up and returned the greeting. I am Xiao Jian. I wonder who is this benefactor. Oh, I am the leader of the cloak gang, Zheng Mao. Boss Jing smiled and said, Taoist Xiao has been staying in Jianghu Temple for many years. I should have come to visit you earlier. However, because I was busy with the gang's affairs, I neglected it. Oh, so it's gang leader Zhang. Xiao Jian's face turned serious. He hurriedly tidied up his Taoist robe and bowed. I didn't expect you to come to my Jianghu temple. Please forgive me. It's fine, it's fine. Zheng Mao waved his hand. Taoist Xiao has already welcomed me at the entrance. How is this neglect? It really made me feel a little panicked. What's going on? Xiao Jian originally thought that they would start a fight the moment they met. Who knew that they would be so polite, which really made him confused. Is gang leader Zheng here to burn incense in my Jianghu temple? Xiao Jian rolled his eyes and said with a smile, if so, please come to the main hall and kowtow to Lord Sea God. Hee hee. Zheng Mao waved his hand and said with a smile, I have never believed in ghosts. Although Jianghu temple is prosperous now, in my eyes, those things are no different from the things that the monks of Shaojin temple did. Moreover, I have never entered Shaojin temple. Is this Jianghu temple? It's better not to enter. So it's like this. Xiao Jian panicked and asked again, then why did Lord Gang leader come here so late at night? Forget it. A straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. Zheng Mao looked at the Taoist temple not far away and said, I came here today to discuss a business deal with Taoist Xiao. Business deal? Xiao Jian saw that Zheng Mao was not looking for Xiao Hua and his heart relaxed. Headmaster, what you need to do now is not to force a deal, but in front of Daoist Zhao's statue, bullshit. Zheng Mao sneered and interrupted Daoist Zhao's pretense. He said loudly, when I left Jianghu temple, I should have killed the Buddha in my heart. Shaojin temple's Buddha was like that, and so is Daoist Jianghu temple. There's no need to talk about the secular people in Longevity Town. They only know how to work at sunrise and rest at sunrise. They only put their lives on the illusory hope. Reconstructing the golden body for Daoist Sea God of Jianghu temple is just their hope for the future. The illness of the little girl in General Ridge and the injury of the beggar under the East Pass Bridge is just the power of your Daoist elixir. Xiao Jian, you can fool others, but can you fool me? You. Daoist Xiao secretly complained in his heart, but he still forced himself to be calm and said angrily, Headmaster Zheng, you're blaspheming Daoist Xiao. I'm not just blaspheming. If you don't hand over the vitality stones, I'll kill you too. This Jianghu temple has no need to exist anymore. Zheng Mao sneered. I know. Daoist Xiao raised his eyebrows and shouted, You've accepted the benefits from the monk of Shaojin temple. You can think whatever you want. Zheng Mao let out a long breath and looked deeply at the Jianghu temple behind Daoist Xiao. What he said just now was for Daoist Xiao, but more importantly, Zheng Mao wanted to say it to himself. At this moment, he was already a little disinterested. He waved his hand and said, Xiao Jian, you're just a wandering Daoist. Since you're pretending to be confused, I'm too lazy to talk to you anymore. Call out the Daoist cultivator behind you. Yeah. Daoist Xiao saw this and took a few steps back. He waved his hand and shouted, Now that you've got a suitable weapon in your hands, I know you don't understand the meaning of this weapon. I'll tell you now that your master is testing you. If you can control this weapon and defeat these useless cloak gang disciples, you'll be able to enter your master's eyes. Ah. Really? Master. Hearing this, Yuanya was really ecstatic. He couldn't believe it and asked back. It's up to you to believe it or not. Daoist Xiao snorted, anyway, this is also a way for you and me to escape with our lives. It'll be best if your master can see it. Kid. Give me your life. Xianxia couldn't hold it in anymore. He roared and waved his magic wand towards Zheng Mao. Come out. Zheng Mao didn't advance but retreated. The 4 disciples on his left stretched out their hands and took out their weapons to meet Xianxia. Zheng Mao himself sneered and shouted towards a dark place on the left side of the Jianghu ridge. Following Zheng Mao's words, 2 old men jumped out from the mountain ridge. They were the 2 people Xiao Hua saw playing chess under the tree at the foot of the Jianghu ridge. Huh? Xiao Jian saw 2 strangers and couldn't help but be stunned. You 2 have followed me up the mountain and have been watching from the side for a long time. I don't know where you're from. I'm an honest person who doesn't do underhanded things. I didn't say anything before. Now that I can't do business with you 2, it's time for you to come out. Zheng Mao saw that the 2 people were very agile and wasn't surprised. He asked indifferently, friend or foe, please make your choice. Ha ha ha. Zheng Mao is really like what people say, he's an ambitious and ruthless person. One of the old men laughed, to be able to see such a talent in the longevity town is really beyond this old man's expectations. When Zheng Mao heard this, he frowned and looked at the 4 people who were already fighting with Xianxia. It was obvious that the cloak gang was well prepared. Although Xianxia was powerful and the magic wand in his hand was heavy, under the siege of 4 experts, he was already somewhat powerless. Seeing that the situation didn't deviate from his plan, Zheng Mao turned his gaze back and said coldly, if the 2 old men are here to see me, please wait here. After I'm done with my business, I'll invite the 2 of you to my cloak gang's headquarters for a chat. Huh, with the 2 of us here, how can we let you disturb the peace of the Jianghu temple? I'll let you have a taste of this old monk's methods. The other old man had no intention of revealing his name. With a wave of his hand, he tossed out a Buddhist staff that was 8 feet long. Immediately after, he chanted Sanskrit and formed a Buddhist seal with his hands. The Buddhist staff emitted a faint Buddhist light. Like a huge python, it pounced toward Zheng Mao and the others. A sharp blade-like sound of wind was produced, covering an area of 10 feet around Zheng Mao. Chapter 3191. When the other old man saw this, he didn't dare to be negligent. His body actually flew up and waved his hand. That seemingly ordinary hand suddenly became bigger. One by one, golden palms appeared along with the old man's Buddhist seal and smashed toward the other cloak gang disciples who were wearing black clothes. These 2 old men were actually Buddhist disciples. Moreover, these 2 Buddhist disciples were actually here to protect the Jianghu temple. They were here to protect Daoist Xiao Jian. Zheng Mao was obviously surprised. He said in surprise, you guys are monks from the small gold temple? Could it be that you guys are also drooling over the vitality stones? Unfortunately, the 2 Buddhist elders didn't answer. The power of the Buddhist staff and the palm shadows were already very close to Zheng Mao and the others. Naturally, other than Zheng Mao who stood there steadily with his hands slightly clenched and didn't move, the other cloak gang disciples had already moved. They took out their weapons and fled in all directions. Quick, seeing that the 2 Buddhist elders didn't have any intention to answer, Zheng Mao hurriedly spread out his hand. A small green sword that was 1 inch long appeared in his hand. As Zheng Mao chanted the sword art, he breathed on the small sword. The small sword flew into the air with a swoosh sound and expanded into a 3 feet long green sword. With a keng sound, it hit the Buddhist staff. Zheng Mao's flying sword was obviously no match for the Buddhist staff. It was immediately sent flying. However, the attack of the Buddhist staff was also blocked. Zheng Mao and the others took the opportunity to escape from the attack range of the Buddhist staff. Humph. The old man's Buddhist seal changed again. The Buddhist staff let out a wang wang sound and was raised again. The other old man's palm fell. Other than one of the black-cloaked men who dodged, the palm landed on the mountain rock and raised a cloud of dust. A 1 foot long and 3 inches deep palm print was clearly left on the mountain rock. The other 4 black-cloaked men were hit by the palm. Although they tried their best to raise their weapons to block, their weapons were all sent flying. They all spat out blood and rolled on the mountain ridge. "Junior brother, don't leave him alive," the old man controlling the Buddhist staff warned when he saw this. He once again controlled the Buddhist staff to attack Zheng Mao. Zheng Mao's small sword's brilliance had dimmed. He had been seriously injured just now. The situation in front of the Jianghu temple was completely under the control of the 2 Buddhist elders who had suddenly appeared. However, there was no trace of joy on Xiao Jian's face. Instead, there was a strong sense of fear and anger. He was probably muttering in his heart about his fate after the cloak gang's disciples were killed. Clang! At this moment, a strong sword cry rushed out from under the Jianghu ridge, and a cold voice shouted, "Where did this wild bald donkey come from? How dare you kill someone in front of me?" A green sword light streaked across the sky like a waterfall. The dense brilliance illuminated half of the Jianghu ridge. An old man dressed in Confucian robes wielded a flying sword and stabbed at the 2 elders from the Buddhist sect. C. 3rd level origin power. As the sword light approached, a snow-like coldness involuntarily emerged from the hearts of the 2 Buddhist elders. The 2 of them exclaimed in unison and looked at each other. They abandoned the attacking cloak gang disciples and activated their Buddhist seals. The Buddhist staff and palm print rushed to meet the flying sword. Boom! A violent collision sound was heard. Brilliance splashed everywhere, followed by 2 miserable screams. The Buddhist staff that had sent Zheng Mao's flying sword flying was now split in half by the Confucian elder's flying sword. He looked at the 2 Buddhist elders and asked curiously, "Why did you come all the way here to protect a Daoist bastard?" "Fellow immortal, this is an order from our king." The elder did not explain. Clearly, he did not want to say more. "Fellow immortal, you can take whatever primeval stones you want as long as you don't hurt Daoist Xiao. We will treat it as if nothing happened today." Western Ridge Scholar was clearly moved. He did not want to go against an order from a king even though Single Yang country was not close to the country of Shi. "Scholar, not far away," Zheng Mao smiled and said, "they have already heard of your name and you even heavily injured them. It's not like you don't know how petty Buddhist disciples can be. If I let them go, how can I still take the primeval stones from the tidal river temple? Even if I don't take the primeval stones, my cloak gang still wants to survive in Longevity Town for a few more years. You don't need to be chased to the ends of the earth by others, right?" "That's right." Western Ridge Scholar looked at the tidal river temple which was still motionless and grinned. "I have offended Buddhist disciples before and was even chased by an old bald donkey with 2nd grade essence energy. If I let them go today, I will have to run away again. Even if I get the primeval stones, I can't cultivate properly." Rumble. Just as Western Ridge Scholar made his decision, a green light flashed in the sky above the tidal river temple. Then, there was the sound of thunder. After the thunder, thick dark clouds gathered from all directions. The clear night sky now looked like it was about to change. The thunder naturally attracted everyone's attention. However, when they looked at the sky, the dark clouds, and the mountain wind, there was nothing out of the ordinary except for the strange thunder. When they looked at the motionless tidal river temple, they didn't pay much attention to it. However, just as West Ridge Scholar was about to activate his flying sword again and the 2 Buddhist elders turned pale, countless bolts of lightning appeared above everyone's heads and rained down on West Ridge Scholar and the cloak gang. Ah! The lightning moved quickly and Western Ridge Scholar hurriedly used his flying sword to block it. However, under the powerful lightning, the flying sword was instantly shattered. Western Ridge Scholar was struck by 3 bolts of lightning and died with a scream. As for Zheng Mao and the others, they were even worse off. They couldn't resist at all and had several large holes in their bodies. They died on the spot. Rumble. More than 10 lives were lost in an instant, but the remaining heavenly lightning continued to strike. Thunder and lightning continued to roar above the foot of the mountain. After a while, the foot of the mountain regained its tranquility. Other than the 4 people who were dumbfounded, there were only the mountain rocks and the mountain path that had been charred black. However, the charred area was covered by the night sky. Apart from the rising smoke, it couldn't be seen. The tranquility only lasted for a few breaths. Bean-sized raindrops fell from the dark clouds above the lightning, hitting the faces of the dumbfounded people, the corpses that were killed by the lightning, and even the Jianghu ridge. After the time it took to finish a meal, the thick clouds gradually moved away, revealing the half-moon in the sky. The raindrops also gradually thinned out. Xiao Jian seemed to have woken up from a dream and said coldly to the 2 Buddhist elders, "Both of you, scram back to the country of Dan Liang and tell that Xiao Jun. This old man has the protection of my Daoist god."